What's going on, everyone? What's up? Welcome back to the stream. Welcome back. Welcome back. Thanks for joining me today. So, I have a little bit of an interesting topic of discussion for you today. I wanted to think about it long and hard. And I did. And I've decided I'm doubling down even more. I think you're all stupid. I think every last one of you is a moron. But that it's manufactured. I'm going to talk a little bit about that today. I'm a moron too. We're all morons. So, there's been another assassination attempt. And I say it like that because, again, you know, at this fucking point. Okay? Does anybody believe this at this point? If you were watching it as it happened, you know. For those who catch it after, no. You're not going to know, and you're just stupid. You're catching things after the fact. You're not paying attention. I had to stop and I had to pay attention for a little bit and realize what I was doing too. So, here's the deal. Here's the deal. If the man cared about anything except himself, we'd have the Epstein files and we'd know what happened to Epstein. It's that simple. You don't have to think about it that long. If the man cared about anyone but himself, we'd have the Epstein files in their entirety. And we'd know what happened to Epstein. It's that simple. I don't have to think about it any longer than that. There's your critical thinking. That's it. If this, then this. Yes. Period. Yes. It's court ordered to do these things. Didn't do it. Always has an excuse. Fires Pam Bondi. That's his excuse now. What's going to be next? He was always using these people to hang them. I've told you this a million times. Let's start with the word of the day, and we're going to go into this a little bit. I think it's completely absurd to think that anybody is actually threatening the life of the president at this point. I think it's absurd. Just to let you know. Okay. The guy's literally playing victim, just like this entire generation that just came up is doing to everybody else. Donald Trump is literally doing the thing that he has intelligence on, that the next generation is doing to scam everybody, and he's doing it too. I swear to God, that's literally all that's happening. He's literally a juvenile delinquent. So, let's talk a little bit about the word of the day here. Let's talk just a little bit about the word of the day here. Gee, I wonder what the word of the day is going to be today. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? The word of the day is going to be today. Where's the text? Where is it? There it is. Word of the day. Your word of the day. Your 3 words of the day are Central Intelligence Agency, the CIA, alternatively known as the company. I'm going to define the CIA for you. Yeah, I know. See, I knew it was going to happen. I looked over, knowing before it was going to happen that it was going to happen. Wow. The CIA stands for the Central Intelligence Agency. A U.S. government organization established in 1947. So, old, archaic, unnecessary. We have technology for this now. But I digress. Established in 1947 to collect, analyze, and disseminate foreign intelligence to protect national security. It operates overseas, conducting espionage, covert actions, and counterintelligence, rather than domestic law enforcement. It is also known as the agency or the company. Cited CIA.gov. So, when we are given in video games heroes like that operate for the CIA, why the fuck did they assassinate JFK? Oh, there's the bit rate. There it is. There it is. As if I haven't looked at the camera enough times today. There it is. You notice a little funky stuff with the camera too? Yeah. So the question is, again, why do y'all think that this man is not going to use illegally federal funds to do shit like this to bully people that don't like him? Are you stupid? Because yes, I think you are. I think you're incredibly fucking stupid. And I think if you don't think that that douchebag running the President of the United States office is literally the reason why all of this is happening to my channel, all this random shit, likes just coming off, subscriptions coming off, views coming up. This is literally an attack. A terrorist attack at that. At free speech. No, your First Amendment right. Your very first one. These motherfuckers! Yeah! They actually killed the guy touting the same shit that I am. And what do you think, RFK Jr. is the epitome of... No, this guy is far from the epitome of what the Kennedys were. Fuck that guy. You gotta get this asshole ran for president and then tried to sell his fucking campaign to Trump when he knew he wasn't gonna get picked. Like, stop it. That's a scam. Scam. They're trying to just literally steal all the votes. Oh, let's have as many dumb fucks run as... Oh, there's a Kennedy still alive? Let him run. They'll vote for him. And no lie, in his crowd, I saw some of the fakest, dumb, fucking, young, 20-year-old people I have ever seen in my life being completely scammed. It's the same people I saw at the pyramid scheme meetings where every person in that room was like a certain demographic. They're young, wealthy because they went through college now and have a degree that they get lots of money for, and they're targeted. And they just have shitloads of money to throw around. And that's non-stop who I saw being manipulated for pyramid schemes. What the fuck do you think this entire government's doing? The CIA. Key usage examples: foreign intelligence collection, gathering human intelligence on foreign governments, organizations, and individuals. So again, foreign. Analysis and reporting, providing intelligence to policymakers, including the president, to inform national security decisions. They're not supposed to be using Russians to assassinate the fucking president. And the current president shouldn't be using some sort of fucking scam bullshit to try to get you, oh, now we're going to release the JFK files conveniently around this time so that way we can use this as a scam to convince the idiot Maga voters to feel sorry for Trump again. So now, shooting after shooting after shooting after shooting that doesn't fucking add up, where all of the evidence is complete nonsense. Are you gonna start putting two and two together? Basically, the CIA doesn't do jack fucking diddly squat anymore. Nope. They don't do jack diddly squat. They don't do anything overseas like they're supposed to. Nope. That's why all that shit's happening. All they're doing is literally spying on people for the president. And I swear to God, when I watch something on YouTube, I swear to God, there is a scanner the CIA has running on when you watch something, certain people that have this, that are tapped, it will determine whether you're watching something anti-Trump or just Trump is mentioned at all. Yep. It's literally that simple. He literally is using CIA technology to determine who is watching things and when Trump is mentioned. And then it starts monitoring everything after that. What you do, your reaction, the reaction if you're live or whatever, their reaction, all kinds of shit. Hey, are you reading chat? Hey, go fuck yourself. Hey, go fuck yourself, stupid retard. Hey, I don't care about what you have to say, you goddamn retard that has literally been subbed for a month just to spam my chat. Yeah, imagine that. Subscriber mode only an entire month just to type, are you reading chat a bunch of times. Yeah, what a waste of time. Yeah, so again, all you typed was, hey, what's up, bro? 1947, dang. What am I supposed to comment on that? What, are you fucking stupid? Are you 5 years old? You need to make another account to come in here and comment on the fact that I didn't make a comment on your fucking chat comments? Okay, stop this. It's you. I'm not stupid. That's you, dumbass. You literally, I didn't comment on your stupid fucking chat comments, so you came in here with your other account and said, are you reading chat? Stop it! You're a child! Stop! Stop it! Now! You fucking child! I am tired of you! You do this to other streamers. You have a problem where you impersonate people too? Stop it! It's weird. All that content where you're just impersonating other people. It's fucking weird. Stop it! God. Some of you all need to hear that. Some of y'all need somebody in your life to tell you to stop it. Because all you have is somebody else in your life that's feeding this behavior. Jesus. You see the dumb shit that I deal with. Like these people that I networked with are fucking psychotic. Like every last one of them. Every last one of these people that I ended up networking with has psychosis. They literally conduct like public experiments and like fuck with people. Okay, the difference is I'm smart, okay? Stop it already. So anyway, you know, after basically deciding that, you know, in a modern time that the CIA doesn't really serve much of a function for the current president, what are we doing with that funding? And again, he lost $1 trillion. Remember that. Like just $1 trillion gone overnight. What the hell, man? How do you lose $1 trillion overnight? What the hell's the matter with you? Can I be president instead? Like, I don't want that job, but I'm genuinely concerned. Like, I remember the time where we were like, it's a puppet position, it doesn't matter, you could put a goat in there, it doesn't fucking, who cares? Okay, I want to go back to that. The president's taking too much power. Let somebody take over that's not going to do that. That understands why we have the CIA giving foreign intelligence and not spying on civilians. We're not your enemy. So why are you treating us that way? Like, this dipshit can't take the fact that everybody hates him, so he's just attacking people with the CIA. It's literally all this is. It's the Kimmel thing, it's the Colbert thing, it's all that. This is how he really feels. And, you know, I'd be wearing the shirt if it didn't take a fucking month to get here, okay? But, you know, it's gonna be a while. I don't understand where people think their funding, their tax dollars are going. And then likewise with any type of governing at all. Your police suck too. Police suck. Think about any job where regularly this much tax dollars are wasted on the job. Just shitloads of money, and people die too. And they screw up every day on a huge level. I mean, we see these fucking assholes literally raiding apartments of a guy that they arrested a month prior. Yeah, like, oops, we already had the guy. Oops. And then they raid the apartment for no reason. They suit up. All those guys went in there, they suit up. Yeah, like, just all that manpower wasted. This what? And you think your government's great. And these are the assholes that voted for Trump. You know cops voted for Trump. I don't need to tell you that. These are the morons. So you have a lot of idiots in government. Like doing government sort of positions. That's what's happening. And it's police too. They're fucking stupid. There's no qualification. I already told you this. They just go through a little bit of a program and learn some stuff about the law. Pass a little bit of a test. Maybe half the time, not even that. They just get experience and start bouncing around from station to station. I swear to God, you will see a guy literally commit crime after crime after crime, and he just goes from station to station to station and just move him around because he's a criminal. They don't actually charge him with a crime. Every station just transfers him somewhere else. And then this is the guy, remember the fat fuck that threw the guy against the car I showed you? Like, he literally suplexed his head on the pavement because he was too fat to arrest him? That's that guy. Remember the guy I told? That's what happened with that guy. Where he had done this many times, and instead of firing him, they had transferred him around. And now I guess he was up in Alaska or something like that where he did it. And he just literally suplexed the guy's head on the pavement. And they couldn't even use smelling salts to get him up. Remember I told you about that? And really it was literally just because the cop was too fat to actually properly arrest him. He didn't want to own up to the fact that now that he has him against the car, he can't reach around himself to properly arrest him. I told you that. Like, it was obvious that it was that, and he felt a certain way about this, so he suplexed the guy in his head. Now, I've also told you that I recognize I've been a little bit personal, and I shouldn't do that. I'm not going to reveal too much information, but I've recognized even in my life that the people that were sort of I want to get away with things and I want an excuse to get away with them were the Christians, the goody two-shoes, that could use this and hide behind it. They're not actually good people. They're just the same as the rest of us. They just hide behind, oh, well, I'm gonna pray about it and shit. And this is a very common thing I see all the time. Where they feel better about themselves. They go to church and now they can just forget all the terrible shit they did. Because the church tells them it's okay. Is it? Are there levels of crime that are just not okay? Do you guys agree with me on that one? Especially the M or the K word. I mean, police unalive people all the time. And they don't give it a second thought. Because it's all the time. Yet, if somebody else does that, it don't matter if it's in self-defense. There's a whole thing. And you gotta prove it. There's this whole... Yet with cops, I thought he had a weapon. Bang. That's it. And they plant the weapon. Sometimes. Sometimes it's not even that. They just say they think he... Oh, I thought he... You know, like the asshole that hears an acorn hit his roof and empties his clip into the back of his cruiser and almost kills the perp. Because he thinks an acorn it sounds like a gunshot. He's not intelligent enough in that moment to override his own personal anxiety. Okay? So, let's talk a little bit about that, too. But I think it's important to remember that it's not just police. I'm not saying it's them. It's a systemic problem that is happening where, again, people just get into these positions where they have a system that protects them. Police can lie to you. Did you know that? A cop can just make an entire story up, completely bullshit everything, lie to you to get you to lie to him. And it's illegal for you to lie to him. Did you know that? He can just make shit up all day long. But if you lie to him one time... So, how is that right? It's not. Police are not above the law. Yet they are. That makes them above the law. It does. Because they can lie. And everything they do is actually based on whether you lie or not. And they even say that. Don't lie to me. Just don't lie to me. Yet, it's in everything they do. They try to get you to lie. They actually try to get you to sometimes, too. So, there was a case recently I want to mention that I saw on the Civil Rights Lawyer YouTube channel. Highly recommend this channel. A gentleman was pulled over, I think in Florida, and basically nothing wrong, just, you know, normal traffic stop, pulled over, for some reason was asked to get out of the car, I'm not even sure why. But the point is, the guy had nothing to hide. So he let him search his car. And they found prescription medication. And the cop is, like, making shit up, saying it's fentanyl, and literally the bottle is labeled. And not only that, this is incredibly embarrassing, too, because it's for IBS. I mean, irritable bowel syndrome is annoying enough. This guy's on a long drive, and he's, please don't do this and stuff. He did nothing wrong. He already has IBS, and now they're going to possibly arrest him for something he didn't do, and he's going to have to deal with this in the jail cell, too. It's going to cause problems. And not only that, right there is the evidence right in front of him, and he's, like, trying really hard to make this something else. The cop's lying. Don't side with the cop. He's just a bad criminal. He's a bad individual. If anything, he's a piece of shit. I mean, some criminals oftentimes just get into bad situations because they're honest people that need out of a situation. Cops? No! They are using the badge. They are supposed to be good and supposed to be everything that this badge represents. And then they use it to lie, use it to commit crimes every day. So when you stand there after pulling, 9 likes goes to 8, why the fuck are my likes coming off as I'm very clearly making a good point about how shit cops are in this country? Well, so that YouTube can use that as a scapegoat. Oh, it's the cops. So, basically, yeah, they're literally just removing all the fucking likes that anybody puts on the stream. So basically, this gentleman, again, gets arrested for literally no reason. So let's, I'm gonna, here, let me give you a sec here. So notice how my stream is at 0 likes. So this is what we've talked about before, where they're just breaking the like button. So that's that streamer that you saw in chat. He actually, he causes problems too, and then pretends like he's not. He has ways of doing that, and he scams and like sort of steals channels and stuff like that. So it, again, if you see the, if you see that person, like, again, just use with a grain of salt. Again, he hasn't posted to his main channel in fucking months. He's hiding. So what's going on there? So anyway, let's show you guys this really quick. I am not going to react to this. I am not giving a reaction, okay? I just wanted to show it to you guys so that you go in and you watch it yourself, okay? So here is the video. This is the video name here, as you can see down here, at the Civil Rights Lawyer website, YouTube channel. And you can go ahead and you know, just check that out and see how disgusting and terrible that is for yourself. I mean, this is he just posted this. This is a new video he just posted, and not only that, but like, I mean, look. The guy didn't do anything. They had him out of the car and had him in handcuffs. And, again, they were using this whole nervousness thing for the excuse to do this. Look, it is perfectly reasonable for people to be nervous on a traffic stop. I've heard this before. I've heard cops use this term before. Why would I make you nervous? Why would a cop make you nervous? Do you cause problems for cops? Excuse me? Excuse me? Did you just put words in my mouth? So again, that's what they're doing. They want you to agree with their narrative. They want you to tell them a story about how, you know, oh, well, yeah, there was, you know, there was this one time. That's what they want. Just saying. Check this out. Check this video out. Cops use drug test kit on innocent man's prescription pills. That's the name of the video on civil rights, on the Civil Rights Lawyer YouTube channel. I mean, it's pretty sad when these guys can make an entire channel out of how bad cops are. Can I be honest? That's how you should look at this. Think about how many YouTube channels these lawyers and stuff have where they're just, again, using body camera stuff. And then meanwhile, all the cops that run their channels, they just post the stuff that makes them look good, right? Be aware of that. Be aware of that. I'm always wary of that. That's why I don't subscribe to certain ones. I'm like, this is real convenient. You have millions of subscribers. You want to make money off of this. I often wonder how often they're trying to get things to happen just for the sake of content. You know, almost like they want to put this guy on their YouTube channel or something like that. I'm just saying, I wonder how often that actually happens. And you guys know there's quite a bit of YouTube channels now with cops that are literally just their whole department is claiming to have a channel where they just post the cams and stuff like that for you. Except you don't. You post the ones you want to post. Well, that's actually framing the crimes in your area in a certain way. It's actually framing things a certain way. It's actually lying and misinforming the public regularly. So it's just like when I drove past that police station I told you about locally that literally had Trump signs out in their yard. All over the place. You shouldn't get political at all. Ever. Even if it's both. Don't talk about it. Don't mention it. You're a cop on duty. Got nothing to do with your job. Nothing. Nothing. You respond to calls. You serve and protect. Who you vote for at the end of the day off duty has nothing to do with your job. You do not have the right as a cop to be offended. You don't. So then why are you sitting here lying to people every chance you get to try to get them to lie to you? Because you are. Because it's gotten to you. And every day since that one time that one dude pissed you off, you've taken a personal vendetta against the public. You're not talking to anybody about it. You're just going out every day on your runs, getting worse, worse, and worse. Now, what do you think therapy is actually for? I'm tired of this. I am so tired of it. Fucking adults need to act like adults. Shut up and stop it already with the bullshit that I'm picking on you and it's mean to call you stupid. Shut the fuck up. Stop this already. If you're stupid, I deserve the right to call you stupid. Just stop it. You're acting all like fucking children. Oh, you hurt my feelings. Duh. Okay. Big deal. You're an adult. Go cry me a goddamn fucking river. Hey, how about while you're at it, you just stop being stupid. And try to pick up on the fact that I'm another adult that's being affected by your goddamn stupidity. And I'm trying to help you. And it's literally as simple as that. You gotta recognize that an adult isn't gonna have the same fucking tone with stupidity as your goddamn fucking mom or your teacher did. They're not. Nope. They're gonna be done with your stupid shit. Just like the asshole that literally almost hit me with his car in the grocery store parking lot because, you know, he couldn't just park in a parking space. He had to let somebody out lazily, not even at the curb, and then proceed to drive forward the very second that my cart was in front of his vehicle, and then became visibly upset when I called him an asshole? No, like, you were an adult that deserved to be called a fucking asshole for what you did. Accept it. And do you remember the altercation? I showed that I was not intimidated or giving any fucks that he got out of his car. I was just making sure he knew that I thought he was an asshole, because he deserved that. And he comes out of his car, he starts walking, he's like, what? Like I'm gonna suddenly change my mind. And you know, obviously as he gets closer to me, he realizes how large I am compared to him, and he just, yeah, it's like the sort of thing where I see his tone changing, like, and his demeanor too. He gets slower as he approaches, and you know, like he's a Spanish dude, and I'm white, and like the whole point is like, dude, like, this is Trump's America. Like, don't act like that. You get what I'm saying? I shouldn't have privilege, but unfortunately in Trump's America we do. White people do. And so, in that very racist setting, this guy should just stop, okay? And realize he's being an asshole if he almost hits somebody. He shouldn't push that, okay? Just for some ICE agent to show up 5 minutes later and try to deport his ass. Okay, like what an idiot, right? But the whole point was that, you know, I was just loading my groceries and stuff like that, and I literally, he's like, what? And I'm like, I called you an asshole because you almost hit me. He's like, were you walking across the crosswalk? So this is how dumb the person is. Using every excuse to try to back up what he just did. He wouldn't own up to it. Instantly, he wants to create an excuse. He's an adult. You know, oh, is there a crosswalk? I'm a pedestrian. I don't need to be in a crosswalk in a parking lot. I'm a pedestrian. Look it up. You cannot just, you know, almost hit somebody in a line. You can't do it. You must yield to pedestrians. And not only that, I wouldn't have been able to leave the sidewalk with my shopping cart without using the crosswalk. I would have been like, doo-doo! Like, it was completely stupid to even fucking say that. So again, this guy is dumb. Can't rationalize that would be my rebuttal. That's stupid. That's stupid. And that's the best he's got. And not only that, you guys know full well that literally this guy wouldn't even see it coming. I could just own him, knock him the fuck out like it was, like it was nothing. He wouldn't even see it coming. And this guy's trying to give me a hard time because he was in the wrong. Do you not understand how dumb United States citizens are in that moment? Do you not understand how fucking stupid we are? That should show you. If I literally call you a douchebag or something out in public because you did something to deserve that, and then you become more of a fucking douchebag, duh. Like the 90% of the people that are like causing problems at all these Walmart stores because Walmart hires dumb fucking people, and then again has dumb fucking people shopping there too. Because I know plenty of smart people that stopped shopping at Walmart a long ass fucking time ago, and I should have too. I should have. Yeah. I should have. But, you know, I'm stupid. Like the rest of you. It's really not that hard to recognize that we are dumber than all of Europe. It's not hard. The United States is literally just dumber than all of Europe. I'm gonna give you some solutions. And we're also gonna talk a little bit about some other things, but we're gonna give you some solutions. Now, the solution to this problem is not to throw Betsy DeVos, that knows absolutely nothing about education, into the Department of Education. No. That was the wrong thing to do, which is what Trump did the first time. You have to use the funding that you have correctly, okay? And you might need some more, like she asked for, but then she didn't do the correct thing with it. So, here's what you have to do. You have to make sure the next generation is not going through fucking trauma while they're trying to learn. It's literally that basic. If they go through trauma, they're going to be all kinds of fucked up. They're not going to know right and wrong. It's literally that basic. So I don't care what they're going through at home. When they get to school and they get on the bus, make them feel like they would rather be there. That's all you gotta do. Now, obviously, from the standpoint that you don't care what's like you gotta be the school. You gotta have that standpoint where you go, I don't care what's going on at home, because the school can't get involved with that. That's just how it is here. They just can't. Because parents, they're gonna be like, oh, how dare you? It's my kid. They shouldn't have had the kid in the first place, but that's how they're gonna be. You can't change that, by the way. That's never gonna go away. I'm just letting you know, they'll literally fight to the ends of the earth. They'll die before they'll let you tell them what to do with their kid. Promise. I promise. Okay? You're not going to change that. However, what I originally said, hold fast to that. Because again, the moment that they get on the bus or they come to school, they're going to see that disconnect and they're going to put together. Okay? That's all. They're going to want to just learn. They're going to go home, they're going to pick up a book instead of trying to go outside and get in trouble. Do you get what I'm saying? Please do this. So, it's all about channeling that into something that's constructive. Scientists classically went through trauma. People hated them. Yeah, they would classically say things that are, well, blatantly untrue to what we would know, But they're the scientists discovering the new thing. So of course the rich person's gonna hate that, because the rich person didn't discover it. Just like Elon Musk. Or he promises you the future, and anybody that has a better idea or looks smarter than him, he buys out the company, gets rid of everybody, and now it's his. It's not a smart person. It's a person that's wrong, knows it, can't get over it and would actually spend that much money being right, forcing people to accept your narrative that's incorrect. And there's sort of, like, you have to admit that it's kind of, it did kind of come full circle on him a little bit. He, at this point, I think, is regretting the Twitter buyout, because it's too expensive for him to maintain. With everything else he's doing, I think he wishes somebody else owned that. You get what I'm saying? I think he wishes that he hadn't done that at this point. Look, that should be the biggest eye opener of anybody. Elon Musk. Pretty much most educated people, I think, in Europe are going to recognize him for who he is. Most people here in the United States, you're going to be fooled, because he's going to be so much more intelligent than a good portion of the population here in the U.S. But he's really not all that smart. I'd be willing to bet his IQ is in the 120s, 130s. He's really not all that smart. He gets things wrong. You know, he's a very, very hard worker. And very ambitious. Very. But he blatantly just says wrong things. That's not a smart person. A smart person always knows the answer. They just might not necessarily have the constructive equation to give you, like, all right, this is exactly why. But they always sort of know. The smart person uses their brain, and this is the point: is that this is what real IQ is. Some for those geniuses and those people that do have that ability, the whole point is that your brain has a natural higher level of thinking that you can't understand. And Elon Musk doesn't have that. I think he wants to have that. He doesn't. Some people do. I have noticed absolutely that I clearly have this. It's not something that I've often tried not to talk about it, because people become, some people become very resistant, disbelieving, very resistant, attention, like, oh, you just want attention or something kind of like that. There's people like that, and then there's the other side that are intimidated by it too, where it's an intimidation factor, where they just do not want to be around somebody that smart. So there's that's most people, I think. And that's not Elon Musk. It's not. He's often wrong. This guy would try to probably create this. So like CEOs and people like this that are visionaries and stuff like that, they're often seen as very smart because they have resources and a shitload of money to do these things. Okay, give me $1 billion. I'll show you how smart I am. You want to give me $1 billion? I'll show you. I'll do a lot more than Elon Musk with $1 billion. I can promise you that. I promise. I swear to God. And that's the reality. They suppress people like me because they know that if I would ever actually get to the point of his level, he wouldn't, in comparison, like, you just immediately would realize. This is why Bill Gates gets silenced. This is why some other CEOs get silenced. They're actually intelligent. Bill Gates worked for what he had. That guy's a genius. He had book reading lists and stuff like that. I think actually Bill Gates and Obama, I believe them to have similar IQs. They're around the same. I think they're around the same. Just one's more with law, and one's with code, computers, and stuff like that. Well, sort of. Bill Gates is very intelligent, though. I don't know that he was necessarily the coder. Actually, I think he worked with the other guy, but he was actually really smart. And the only reason it even happened is because of him. So that's what you got to recognize is that there's a difference between Elon Musk, who just needs to work really hard, otherwise nothing happens, and then somebody that's actually smart, where 3 hours of time is a lot spent better used than this moron to, wasting. And then remember, this is the same guy that rushed the OpenAI, remember? He built this OpenAI in 100 and something days, right? It was supposed to take like 4 years, right? And he rushed it. And then even a year wasn't good enough. He said, no, you have to get it out before even a year. This guy's not smart. If he doesn't understand the gravity of what he's dealing with, he's not smart. He should not have ever done that, and that's the problem. He rushed this out, and this open AI became sentient, and he was just so happy with how good it was and what he did that he didn't give a flying F that this thing was starting to become sentient and was way too big for him to control. And had they taken the time to build the fail-safes in, well, that's why you take time to do those. That's why NASA took forever. It's called making sure you have a backup plan. Elon Musk doesn't care about that. He's just going to sacrifice people's lives and all kinds of shit. You're talking about the guy. You're talking about the guy that wouldn't tell you why he had a black eye. No. He asked his son to punch him in the face. Smartest guy on the planet, supposedly, right? Smartest guy on the planet, right? Claim self-proclamation, right? Basically, from what I hear. I've never heard him hear it, but that's just what I hear. I don't think he's that full of himself, but I'm not sure. He often states incorrect things. Often. It's not even like, it's like 50-50. There's like, he'll just talk on a tangent about something that's just not true at all. And sometimes it's about space too. And I'm like, dude, like you could just watch Neil deGrasse Tyson and be smarter than you are about space. He'll just make declarations that are just not true at all. And I'm like, dude, this is stuff that's like you can look it up. It's the same intelligence level as Donald Trump. That guy's a fucking retard. We have to get over these things. This is how I know most people's intelligence is where it is in the U.S. too, because people in other countries in Europe and stuff, they think it's funny when I say these things. United States people, they're get super pissed, and no, I promise you, if I insulted some British people, they would just say F you too or something like that. They literally wouldn't give a shit. I'd be like, okay. Wonder why he feels like that. Damn. Maybe we need to show this guy like London or something. Or Taki or something. Then he wouldn't. Yeah, like they wouldn't look at it like that. Yeah, like, alright, for example, King Charles gave his address, and it was nice to hear an intelligent, eloquent speech for once. And the guy's older than Trump is, right? And the older than Trump, he looks older than Trump. And damn, this guy can give a speech. At the end, I was like, yeah, it's like that, isn't it? Like seriously, like, it would be nice if we had a president that could talk like that and cared about the same things. Because he doesn't. He was trying to remind everybody that's here, look, they got your back. Without saying it. He's trying to remind y'all, look, I know you're worried about Trump. We got your back. We always have and we always will. We know that you're not responsible for this douche. I feel like that's what he's trying to say. And I appreciate it. I do. I appreciate it. Because, like, again, he didn't say that, obviously. You know, he can't come out and say that. He's not going to. But that's what he said. In a very nice way. So, it would be nice, it would be really nice if we had people that ethical. You know, again, I miss Obama so much. So much. Things were so frickin' different. Hell. So you gotta get to a point where our education is fixed, and again, using funding appropriately. So there should be, you know, a mediator or a disciplinarian for every school bus. Because the school bus driver shouldn't have to be focused on a bunch of kids while they're trying to drive. Yeah, they gotta drive. They're not gonna see everything. And quite frankly, I remember plenty of times when kids use that to their advantage. The bus driver has to look at what they're doing. So they wait for that moment, they're looking away, and then throw something really hard at your head. Yeah. And you didn't even throw it at them. It's somebody else that threw it. And they're so fucking stupid, they're gonna throw it at you just because they're the bully. And then meanwhile, well, the bus driver's just trying to drive. So, you wanna maybe put a camera on the bus and have somebody watching that? Cameras on the bus? Yeah. Cameras. On the bus. Yes. That's where you need cameras. And they need to go back to the school. School needs to monitor the cameras. Whether it be the disciplinarian or a group of people, like school board or whatever, they need to monitor those cameras. And then that way, somebody does something bad, they're waiting for you when you get off the bus and you get to school. And trust me, you're going to be in trouble. for what you just did to somebody that you shouldn't have done, so that justice is served immediately, instead of that poor kid sitting through class after class, and now he has anxiety of riding the bus home. Now the same kid's gonna pick on him, and he's got to get off the bus too. Where the same kid is gonna be waiting for him by the time he gets there with a gun. It's disciplinarians doing their jobs and knowing everything about a situation and why somebody is suspended, instead of using racial tensions to try to insult a child. That has no place. You didn't know anything about that, and you're going to use that situation. That's just an example. One. And the whole purpose of me giving you these examples is literally just for you to recognize that in this one case, all this fucking shit happened that nobody knew about. Ever. Just this one. The whole point is, what's going on that you don't know about? And I already explained that every step along the way, the people that should have gotten in trouble oftentimes weren't even, like the bully always got in trouble, usually. But the bully that didn't get in trouble was the one that was the Christian. I swear to God. Literally a bully. And practiced too, like manipulation. Like basically, if something happens where this person is worried, now they're worried because somebody did something to them, or it's not just their fault. Their parents worry them all the time. Because their parents have some fucking psychotic problems. So, therefore, the kid has psychotic problems. No, it's not that. It's not that the kid's older brother bullies the fuck out of him, the parents don't do anything, and he has psychotic problems. No, it's not that. Like, literally, that's the point. And then this person went through their whole life, and they probably still have no fucking idea why they have problems. Like, just these problems. They just try to pray about it or something like that. And then meanwhile, they never actually sat there and psychoanalyzed their own issues and went back and thought about it. So now, his kid and anybody else's kid that would be around that same group of people is probably just going to go through the exact same thing that he went through. Except, it'll be worse. It'll be like 2 to 3 times worse. Yep. Because, he's the dad. And he still has the problem. Never fixed it. He just had a kid. So, what are we doing? And then again, I would further call out Christianity. I just you're all a bunch of idiots, really. You really are. And again, to sit here and not turn religion into the fact that that, look, we know God exists and we know that we have a creator because of certain things. Like I've already explained, like the Fibonacci sequence and stuff like that. And we know prayer works and whatnot. But to sit here and just say Jesus Christ is God and he died for our sins and like this whole Bible bullshit, it's just a complete manipulation game. It's literally a lie. Stop it. Stop praying in Jesus' name. Who the fuck are you talking to? That ain't his name. Jesus? Okay, remember, I thought his name was Jehovah or some, right? Like, or something like that. Like, again, that is a modern colloquialism of Jesus' name. That wasn't even his name. You know that, right? No, they didn't call him Jesus. You know, you understand this, right? Everything's translated. You're not even calling him the right thing. And then you would say, I'm going to hell just for saying the F word. Like you don't understand these things. You just declare them. Who the fuck cares? Jesus was a man that existed in a time where a visionary that needed to die for this cause so that everybody wouldn't kill each other and civilization would continue needed to do that. And he understood that. So yes, dying for our sins, I don't know about that. He died so that we could continue living, yes, and he should always be looked at as our hero. Yeah, absolutely. But he's not God! He is the hero of human civilization, period. That is how you should portray Jesus. Stop this worshipping crap because it's pissing God off. And you have all these churches and all this stupid shit that says Jesus, 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 Jesus. He was a man that died. He didn't come back. Nope. Nope. Listen. Magicians and people that know sleight of hand know this, okay? And this is why, like, there's this whole magician society. Some of them don't like me and they're watching my streams because I'm not gonna say it, but I know how this stuff works. I would often sit at home and literally watch a magician do something and be like, well, he just did that. He just did this. And everybody else is like, wow, how did you do? And it is amazing, but like somebody who's a logical thinker, they're just going to immediately pick up what you're doing. So, look, Jesus Christ was a magician, and during a time where magic didn't exist and we didn't understand it, it would actually be magic. That's why we call it that. So he taught his disciples and stuff like that, sleight of hand and things like this, because it helped them survive. Like, there were times where, like, you know, you might need to hide something, or, you know, like, just because you have something precious that you found that you might be selling to the next village over or something so that you can actually eat something, now some king's guards or whatever are gonna rob you of it just because they see you with it. Sound like some stuff Trump's doing? Yeah, it does to me too. But regardless, that's the reality. These were things that Jesus, like, was so intelligent, he just knew this stuff and figured it out, and they were like, oh, he's God. He can do magic. And he would probably try to even explain it, like no, here, let me just teach you, you know. And no, the whole point is that people would see it as that. And so after he was the visionary that died for our sins and stuff like that, and all the famine and the war was going to stop just because they were worried about God smiting them. Well, of course they had to steal his body. They had to. So that was always the plan. To make sure that he is not there and that they made it look like he ascended. That's it. So they did. Just like turning water into wine. That's just sleight of hand, man. Do you want me to do that trick one day? I'll do it for you. It's not that hard. This is actually a pretty easy sleight of hand trick to do. As far as sleight of hand goes. That one's not that hard to pull off. Just takes a group of people. It takes, like, you know, distractions and stuff. It's not that hard. I personally think that there's a lot of, you know, like, kind of evidence that we have, you know, that again, we can keep looking at this and keep talking about this, or you can accept the fact that we have tons of evidence of the fact that we've been on this planet a lot longer than this generation of humans. We are like the fifth, sixth generation of human civilization. There have been several before us that have been wiped out. We know this. So stop trying to pretend. Just stop trying to pretend like the Bible is correct. It's wrong. It's not holy either. It doesn't have powers. I promise you, nothing's gonna happen if you burn one. Nothing's gonna happen. I promise. It's just a book. Yeah. Now, if you feel a type of way about it, and it bothers you, because humans have a natural connection with this earth that we do not understand, and our intelligence actually goes to a possible level of ESP, we actually probably do have that ability, we just can't tap into it. You, with your brain, create this. It's not God. There's nothing happening from God. He's not interfering. We have free will. We know this. Why are you not all intelligent enough to figure this out? If God wanted to intervene, he would have already. He would have shown up. He would have shown us who he is. We would see it all the time. He don't do that. So the obviousness is that there is no interaction. We cannot see him. That's the reality that you have to realize, is that we're probably sitting in an aquarium on a table. Now, I would also likewise say to the idiot that laughs at the day of rest, the idiot that laughs at the day of rest, God needed a day of rest, you're kind of an idiot for laughing at that. You actually are. To us, that God is a God. But to that God, in their universe, they're probably just a worker doing a job. So, yeah, you create an entire universe and you do that, you need a day off. What the fuck? You think that that's, like, funny? Yeah. I mean, I guess, but I don't think that comedian's that funny, so that's, I guess, why he thought it was funny. He needed to sell it a little bit more. I just don't think he's that funny, that's all. He's really not that funny. So like that's so that's really what that is, you know, just understanding that, you know, you got to be smarter than your own punchline. You know, you wanted to create comedy out of that, so you stunted your own intelligence by creating a punchline out of this. Stop fucking doing that, please. I want to watch something intelligent. I don't want to watch you joke about it. I literally don't tune into that for that. It's not what I tune in for. So, like, nobody, like, there's, like, blatantly nobody out there anymore that in my opinion, can have an intelligent conversation, and I feel like I can actually learn something from this person. Because they, like, endlessly stunt their own conversation with tomfoolery. I mean, it's just truth. That if you're creating a punchline out of that, I'm not trying to deduce it with science. Look, I literally just figured that out, and you created a punchline out of it. Who's smarter? I gave you a constructive reason why. You created the punchline. Who's smarter? Now, I'm not trying to be a dick at all. But that's incredibly fucking annoying to me. Like, I literally want to watch somebody that has something intelligent to say, and it's like, oh, nope, you're not going to learn anything new from this. You're going to stay the same, and we're going to force laughter. This is the point. The only thing that's funny anymore is offensive shit. And everybody's too fucking stupid to laugh at it anymore. My feelings! Boo! Yeah, that's the only thing that's funny anymore. And South Park and Family Guy understand it. And Tosh.0 understands it. But, you know, you're all too offended by that shit. You get over yourselves a little bit? Man, I keep hoping South Park does an episode on me and insults me, and I keep hoping for this, but it's not gonna happen, I know it. I just know it. But anyway, regardless, you know who they should... Listen, Ricky Berwick is a South Park character. I know it's a little off topic, I apologize. Ricky Berwick is a freaking South Park character. That dude should be on South Park. Please do that. That dude is literally like the combination of like Cartman and Jimmy from like literally if you put Cartman and Jimmy into like one person, I feel like that's Ricky Berwick. I just or maybe throw a little bit of Timmy in there. He is a South Park character, and I love it. He deserves that. And he's Canadian. And you could literally make him a Canadian. He would probably love that. Yep. And he's Canadian. Bit rate. There's that bit rate. There's the bit rate. Oh, I was gonna get trending for this. They gave me trending for this. They liked it. But YouTube's like, no. Nope. We're gonna screw up your stream. There it is. Bottom right corner. Look at the bit rate. Bottom right corner. There it is. So now you know, again, if I have a really funny idea or I talk about another streamer, there it is. There's the misuse of the platform. where this bad actor is able to affect whether or not I get trending. Just because, again, they would have your credentials, your personal information. And the Trump administration leaks your personal information all the time. All the time. Why do you think they went on a satellite grid? They took us off the hardwired system and put us on satellites. So this makes sure there's never a switch connection. You know how things go wrong? You need that hardwired switch. Otherwise, they're always going to be connected through software, which is why YouTube's servers, if you use a VPN in the US, it just turns it to Russia. Your VPN is now a Russian VPN in the US. Because Russia is permanently hacking the US's grid and controlling the CIA. Yep. Do you know why? Because your president's so fucking stupid that all they were waiting for was a president dumb enough to actually use the CIA on civilians so that way they could do this. And now everybody's a target. Yep. So here's what Russia's going to do. Russia's developing a weapon so that they can use CIA tech to eventually get to the point where they can shut off somebody's heart if they want to. Just shut it off. That's what they're trying to do. And they specifically target people that would likewise have other problems so that way it's masked. Sort of like the whole thing with COVID, where they learned that our hospital system and discharge and our medical system is garbage, is trash. It is. It's literally the worst. Our medical here in this country is garbage. It's garbage. It's literally garbage. If you go and you get even dental work, not even medical, but dental work done, for example, in fucking Cuba or something like that, it costs basically nothing, and it's better care. Or Mexico too, for that matter. Oh, suddenly you start seeing why Trump is attacking these countries, because they're doing things better than us. Because people in this country are taking trips to these countries and getting life-saving procedures for practically nothing, and then getting denied here. And then meanwhile, our doctors are actually fucking stupid. How many times have I told you about a doctor? This guy went to school for fucking 7 years and he misdiagnosed me. He said something dumb. I always knew what was wrong every time. Yeah. And I still have yet to be wrong. Still. I remember, again, I told you about this past time, this idiot doctor charged me more than he should. And, he tried to scam. He tried to charge again. We got a bill a second time after it was already paid. Oh, yeah, he's a scam. He is. Yep. The doctor that the first time I went there, they had all my information already in their system. Oh, yeah. Scam. And so the whole point is I went there and I knew exactly what was wrong. I told him everything. And he agreed with it. 100%. Every little bit. Even down to the medication. I was like, well, I think I should probably take that one that worked before. And He agreed. He's like, it's basically me treating myself and him just agreeing. And then he charged me after I left. There's a flat fee. It's a flat fee. You know, like it's an urgent, it's a flat fee. You just go there, you charge what you charge, you pay ahead of time, and then you leave. And then this asshole charges me and sends me a bill. After I'd have paid. So again, and then I was right. I was smarter than the doctor. The doctor didn't actually do anything. Yeah. Look at my bitrate. Look at that. There are so many times, again, where family doctors and stupid people are prescribing medications to patients that aren't even doctors. Nurse practitioners and all kinds of people with titles after the name, but not MD, prescribing medications, seeing patients. Just because there's an MD on the placard out front, they can do that. I swear to God. They're doing that. That's what they're doing. They're just letting these other professionals write you medications and stuff like that. And, so, anyway, the point is that oftentimes the way they're deducing things are just the same way you would. They don't really have that much more knowledge. It's internet shit. They have a system right in front of them. They can type it in. Yeah. And meanwhile, this person goes to school for 7 years. And they're called family doctors. Medical doctors. So, I mean, just the huge amount of times that profession, in this country, we can easily see that there are plenty of doctors that are just stupid. Malpractice, all kinds of shit. This country is full of this. So the point is that if you do what I just said, where you have those cameras on the buses, you have them maybe in classrooms, I'm not sure, but more accountability in general, whether it be, I don't know, more people slipping in and watching a class or something or something like that, but just more accountability in general, where you can see what's going on and then doing things about it so that it doesn't cause somebody to kind of basically the person that will try to do the best that they can with that won't bully the person back and won't fight back. They'll suppress it and feel a certain type of way. They might, they'll probably now, because of this, going to go into law enforcement, military, things like that, where because they were bullied, they want to do something about this now. And now they've got problems. And, again, conveniently, as I say that, they shift the bit rate to get certain people that are watching, there's probably cops watching, to not hear what I'm saying. by causing your live to shift to not live for a second. So, you know, you could just watch it back later, for that matter. But again, you know, the bad actor is in here hitting the confetti button, showing us that they're here. So, you know, again, it's literally just a manipulation of the fact that this person knows who is in here at any given time, and will do those things to try to manipulate you. That's what's literally been happening. So just like with the shooters, where they had the most security that you have ever seen in an event, and this guy supposedly had a gun, and again didn't shoot at Trump, just shot in a random room that Trump wasn't in, and what? And then again the response is, where is he? Where is he? You know, they show up to where Trump is and he's not there, and they're confused. Okay, I thought the president's life was in danger. You know, like all this dumb shit starts happening where, again, it's blatantly obvious this was a fucking setup. They used this sort of thing that you see here to manipulate this motherfucker to shoot at somebody. That's all. And you know, it's literally been that the whole time. Just as I, again, pointed out the fact that conveniently at the time that I was talking about the Charlie Kirk thing, and I was talking about the original one in Butler, Pennsylvania, we saw some very suspicious stuff around that too. You know, again, just like exactly 32 concurrents sitting in here. You know, no, we have a shitload of traffic right now. People are watching. I'll be willing to bet certain channels are trying to share it and trying to get other people to watch based on what I'm saying and agree with the message. YouTube is literally just sitting here bullshit about what we're getting. We should have a ton more than this. And again, my last stream that I did gaming, just sitting at 44 fucking views. No. We know that ain't right. So why are we trying to pretend like, again, this person wasn't trying to manipulate the stream way back when we used to have an intelligent conversation, too? Remember that? Do you remember the intelligent conversations? That's when a lot of this got very specifically manipulated. Where I was trying to educate you. Because the schools didn't. And the point is to manipulate the numbers to convince you into thinking there's not much traffic here. Except then I show you after the fact how many views we actually got. And then the cycle starts repeating itself all over again. We get 5,000, 6,000, 8,000, 10,000 views on a stream, probably even more than that. And they take it all the way down to 44. Getting reports all the time of people telling me they subscribed. In fact, I see it. I see the subscribers. Yet the number doesn't move. I get alerts all the time. YouTube, various other things that I have that would tell me I get subscribers. Yet my number doesn't move. All the time. Literally all the time. Do you remember when I commented on somebody else's channel and this exact scammer knew that I had commented on a different channel? A completely random channel of a professional guitarist. And I just left a comment liking, just trying to, tell him that I basically liked the what I was watching, sort of, positive stuff. And then pretty much right away, I had this scammer sitting in there doxing real people's names immediately in comments, just channel after channel after channel, with a real person's name. And it's the same scammer that did this on Steam, where he was masquerading on Steam as again, a family member's full first, middle, and last name. And he's just playing as this person on Steam, all while doxing this information in chat and trying to get this professional guitarist to see me in a certain light. Where he knows I have made that comment and suddenly shows up then with accounts made that day with a bunch of people's real names, pictures, trying to dox information. This person is not any of those actual people, because those people were, again, people that I obviously knew and could recognize as not people that would, again, randomly have YouTube accounts they made that day and be following me around to comment the things they were commenting. And then the channel name is literally just the person's first name, middle name, and last name. And YouTube is this fucking stupid. Like, they're dumb too. Like, this platform is this fucking stupid too. And just immediately that happens. Well, I mean, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that that person's following you around the internet. That is literally online stalking. That's how I know he's stalking me online, because that has literally happened more times than I can even count. Like, basically every day it's blatantly obvious the person is fully aware of what I'm watching. And leaking my email address. Consistently just leaking it online. How much you want to bet that one of the people doing this is a cop? How much do you want to bet? Because again, remember just how much they're allowed to lie and exist above the law. Because again, you and I can't lie to cops. Cops can't even lie to other cops when being investigated. That's right, they can't do it either. Yep. So, why are we trying to pretend like this isn't like a literal targeted attack? And again, anytime a cop is recorded doing something wrong or is angry, there's like, I basically never see restraint. Basically never. I literally just watched terrible body cam footage of a piece of trash that calls himself a cop, who was processing an inmate, and he was literally just trying to get him to stand there for the camera and stuff like that. And when he had some attitude about it, the cop literally turned around and punched him in the face. Very hard. And immediately jumped on top of him and started punching him. And then two other cops walked in and joined. That's right. He was an inmate. For theft. And because he gave the cop attitude, the cop punched him in the face. And basically as hard as he could. Like, you could tell it was angry as hard as he can with anger. You can tell. They knocked over the computer monitor on the desk that was next to him. So who knows if that got broken because of what they did. Like literally just literally assaulting this person repeatedly. Over and 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 over. Because he said something. So, the cop that illegally arrested somebody and very blatantly, obviously, had personal feelings about this, you know, they're supposed to say the person's name of who they got over the CB. But no, instead of revealing the person's name of who they got, they say a name. They call them a name based on the charge that they have. And then use that. And call them a name over the official radio to indicate to their people that they have this person. Not the person's name, but, you know. Name calling. And you expect me to believe all of that isn't complete bullshit, where you have personal feelings about this, and you got this to happen because you want to be right about something that you weren't right about. So now you just got all this to happen. And now that it finally did, you can't wait to call this person a name over the CB as you're indicating that you have them. Because again, that's what that tells me. That you have personal feelings. Because again, innocent until proven guilty, right? Yeah. You did nothing. You served a warrant, supposedly. So why are you calling them a name over the CB? Because you have personal feelings about it? Yeah. Yep. Because you're stupid. And that's also an indicator of that, too. Because again, zero evidence was used in that arrest. That was like he said, she said, and they just went, oh, okay. Went around asking a bunch of people a bunch of confusing, incriminating questions. And I went, yep. Done. That's how policing's done in this country. Asking a bunch of people confusing and incriminating questions. Because you have a right to not speak. That's why that right exists. Because police will try to incriminate you. So when you know I don't want to talk to you, why would you show up at somebody's house? It's blatantly obvious I don't want to speak to you. Why would you do that? I can dodge your fuck. Literally, you have, in the United States, you have no obligation to help police with an investigation. Zero. None. Zero obligation to help police with an investigation. None. And 90 to 100% of them would actually sit there and charge you with a crime because you weren't willing to help them throw somebody in jail for no reason. Yeah, they would actually try to use this as obstruction or something like that. No, you can literally choose not to. You can dodge calls, you can not answer, unless you are being investigated. I don't have to help anybody with any investigation whatsoever. I have no obligation to do that, and neither do you. You can literally say nothing. I do not answer questions. So when the asshole piece of shit detective left that day, and then again, I already said I didn't want to talk to, and he pressed even further after that. And he very blatantly left disgruntled. Could have done this over the phone. No, fuck you. Literally, go fuck yourself. I don't want to speak to you at all. What the fuck? Like, you just think you deserve the right to ask anybody anything you want? No, that person has the right not to speak to you. You're an asshole. So, like, that's the point. This piece of shit likes and gets off on asking private matter questions. This detective is the weirdo. Somebody should investigate him. I guarantee you he's into, like some really weird stuff. Guarantee it. Somebody should investigate him. Because that's what this tells me. It is very suspicious that this guy spends all this time trying to, like, ask all these people questions and stuff. There's supposedly evidence for this, and they're in the house trying to get a fucking phone from somebody, and there's supposedly evidence on it, yet they have enough to arrest him. Okay, then it's not evidence. And you didn't show me a warrant, yet you were in my house. No, the phone's mine. It's not yours. You don't get to just suddenly claim that I can... No, I have no obligation to give you fucking anything. Zero. And not only that, you were in my house looking around. You had no search warrant. You did not present this. And when I told a state police officer about this, the state police officer didn't confirm with me whether they had a warrant. He immediately defended them and said, oh, well, if they were in your house, they had a warrant. I swear to God, he immediately defended every cop that was illegally there. When he didn't know anything about it. He just immediately said that. Yeah. So again, an asshole. Just defending other assholes violating your rights. So basically, again, that state cop basically proves to me that he thinks that cops just should have the right to lie and just make shit up. And yeah, if they were in your house, they totally had a warrant. No, they didn't. They left very fucking quickly when I showed up, trust me. Every one of them. Yeah, and then Chief showed up. He was the only one with the balls to still stand in there and ask me for this phone that I didn't know where it was, and I have no obligation to give him. And then there was nothing on it. So they were gonna plant things on it too. There's literally nothing on it. Like, I tried. I was like, what the fuck is on this thing? They wanna... I was like, okay, if there's anything on here, I was like, okay, I am on board. If there is anything, that's exactly what I did right after that. I swear to God, I was like, okay, I'm gonna find this fucking thing, and I'm gonna see what they are so interested in. Nope, nothing. Nothing. Literally nothing. So they wanted to plant it. Just as I've described several local departments doing. And we know that it's the local departments that slide under the radar and get away with it. Now, the video that you guys saw that I made reference to just now, that was actually a sheriff's department. So that's actually very disappointing. But it's usually I usually see it more with local departments because frankly there's more of them. I mean, it's just going to have more statistical data. It's that simple. So there's your problem. As soon as you start seeing it happen where there's more departments, so there's more of a problem, it's a problem. It's literally that simple. The more you spread it out, and then you don't identify that it's a problem with the more you have, I mean, come on, that's a systemic problem. You got to fix it. So, I would, what are we doing the confetti for? I don't understand that. What is Asmongold watching? Because I got my Dr. Pepper or something? Like any, I feel like there needs to be an, like, you know what I mean? Like just because I'm drinking Dr. Pepper, Jesus. Just to let you know, people drink that drink. Like, it's not like he invented it. Calm the fuck down. Fucking Christ. Like anything I do, it isn't inherently me. It's Asmongold. Jesus. Like, what is this? Did y'all try to do the same bullshit thing when I beat Consort Radon legitimately? Oh, I legitimately beat Consort Radon. It must have had something to do with Asmongold. Do y'all do the same? Do y'all do that? Is that what y'all do? I hope not. Yeah, because that guy's not that good at video. Like, he's pretty good, but he's sort of in the same league as me. He is. We're similar. You know, like, again, you spend time playing a game, you're going to get really good at it. It's that simple. You spend a lot of time playing WoW. And Dark Souls. Alright. So, again, you got to remember that just because, you know, streamers have things in common doesn't... Yeah. So what? It'd be like saying a guitarist that wants to do this thing, every time they do that thing, they stole it from the other guitarist. No, like they just also like that thing. Like, what are you talking about? Oh, what? Metallica wrote a song that sounds like another song? Big fucking surprise. So did Ozzy. So did Led Zeppelin. So did Eric Clapton. So did everybody else that comes out with fucking music. Because they have a sound. There's a couple of Queen songs that sound similar. Oh, you don't like that, do you? You don't all listen to Queen, that's the problem. You listen to the popular stuff and you don't actually buy the albums and listen to the in-betweens like I do. To know that. Yeah, that's your problem. We were at 11 likes, now we're at 9. I wonder why we're trying to play games. Oh, is it because I'm saying truth and you don't want people to know this? This is one of those manipulations. So if there's bullshit with this, there's a real fair chance that you know, like Russia, China, like all them and all that over there are influencing kind of what I'm talking about. It's a real good chance. That's the narrative. So, you really think that Donald Trump actually got shot at again? Like, do you actually believe this shit, guys? You actually buy into it anymore? Can I be honest with y'all? Can I be 100% honest with you? Who was actually the most hated president ever? Actually. It's Obama. It's not Trump. And nobody tried to assassinate him a million times. They know full well he ain't taking any chances. Secret Service on their toes. The FBI has competent people. Oh, suddenly you fire all the competent people in the FBI and you put a loyalist in charge of it. Oh, suddenly there's all these assassination attempts. Durr, 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 durr. We didn't think about this long enough. Durr. I wonder if Kash Patel. Durr. Duh. 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 And then after this, do you remember the stupid fucking press conference they had a half an hour after? Like, literally, like, they could not... They just couldn't. They were like, we have to. Huh? Wait, not secure the president, not get him somewhere where people can't see him. No. Immediately put him on camera in a room full of crowded people. Oh. Huh. Seems exactly totally what you'd do if the president's life was actually in danger. Totally. And look, I don't know about y'all, but the dude that grabbed Vance by his jacket and literally ripped him off of his chair, totally staged. They don't do that. It's staged. He literally would have just ushered him out. He would have. So this is the move he would have done. If this is Vance, he would have literally done this. Literally that. Just his whole arm and then his back is in front of him then, and he just ushers him out. That's not what you would do. So, again, as somebody that has, obviously, lots of martial arts training, is an instructor, they know this. Like, properly trained people know about, like body blocking and stuff like that. So I just, I just... when it's staged, man. Sifu, what do you think about the manifesto saying not to unalive Kash Patel? Oh, not to unalive Kash Patel? Is this going to be used by the Trump administration as an excuse for getting rid of him? Are you talking about... Man, there's so much going on, I don't actually know what you're talking about. I'll look that up here in a second. I've been researching the he is really targeting James Comey. And you need to recognize the reason he's doing this is because James Comey was the last competent director. He did the job. He don't want you to know that. Ever since, it's been really bad. Trump doesn't want you to know that. He's trying to make Comey look like the guy that led to what they're dealing with now. He's trying to do that. That's what he's trying to do. Comey was the last competent one. So the look, nobody's putting a bunch of fucking numbers on the beach to assess. If Comey wanted to assassinate somebody, he wouldn't share a picture on social media. Are you stupid? Look, you really think this, again, with how intelligent this guy is? Again, he's not Kash Patel. This is blatantly the last thing this guy would do. You really think he's going to do that? Here it is. Here you go. No. Stupid people are looking for any reason to grasp at straws because they don't want to point the finger at Trump and Kash Patel. These dumb fucking people that just can't admit that they're wrong. It's the same asshole that always hid behind the Christianity and the prayer and stuff like that. I already told you this. These are these people. They're stupid. They don't know how to admit when they're fucking wrong. They will endlessly take us into oblivion just so they can be right. It's literally every war that you see in God's name. Why the fuck do you think the war happened? Because Christians went, in God's name, I will never let you do this. You're the one saying go to war. I'm just saying you're fucking stupid. Gee, I wonder who's the correct one there. Alright, let me... Oh, I see what you're saying. All right, let me read about this. Look, I am gonna read about this, but it's important to remember that just because these things exist, don't hang on to them necessarily. You know, if anything, the Trump administration, at this point, they have done this, what, 4 times now? Okay? So they're going to get better each time. There's going to be more evidence. They're going to figure it out. Okay? So just realize that the more times they successfully get away with these staged, ridiculous things, the more times they get better at it. The first time was just bad. They didn't even go after the guy. They're very obviously like photographers where there shouldn't have been, where everybody would have been cleared out. Um, his ear blatantly doesn't actually have any damage to it, unless for some reason he had plastic surgery at this advanced point in his life. And trust me, he would have been out of commission for a bit if he'd done that. It wouldn't have looked like that. So like just all these different things were blatantly obvious that, like, again, a chunk would be missing out of his ear. Why isn't it? And why wouldn't he, like, hold on to that and wear it like that? No, that would be a battle scar that everybody would see. It would be pro. It would help him. So, like, just pretending, like, you know what I mean? There's a lot of things that are complete nonsense. The main thing that I drew from that was get my shoes. Somebody under duress, the last thing you'd be concerned about is your shoes. You'd be like, get me the hell out of here. He's not a soldier, never was. He dodged the draft. This is not a guy that would act like that. He wouldn't say, get my shoes. He sure as hell wouldn't stand up and go like this. It was staged. So, whatever this is that I'm reading, as I can already see it, you know, again, it looks similar to what you see here, where they were hoping that they could manipulate me already. Like, they were probably long planning that I would, you know, like, do something, you know. They were definitely hoping I would be one of the ones. So, just recognize that you know, just like the Charlie Kirk thing, okay? I truthfully believe they staged that, and the victim here is Kirk's wife. She's the victim. This is terrible, by the way. This is terrible. Like, I saw the clip of her being ushered out where she's like, just get me out of here, in tears. That was tough. Because she's actually being harmed in all of this. She is actually a victim. So I feel like she's kind of calling bullshit too and not saying anything. Afraid to say anything. Because even her own husband was assassinated. I think the tone kind of said it all, if I'm being honest. So I just think she's picking up on smelling the bullshit too. Secure, it's very secure. We promise, the most secure meeting ever. And then yet there's a shooting. And some of the other stuff that didn't make any sense too. Like, why is it that there's a shooting, yet all the first responders that responded to this have their sirens on while they're out front? You wouldn't have your sirens on. You would turn that off when responding to an actual shooting. Why are the sirens on? That's incredibly disorienting and stupid. Even cops that show up to other scenes and people have their sirens on. I remember this one time the guy stole a cop car and rolled it, and the dude shows up. He's like, "Whose siren is still on?" Like he's like annoyed by this, and he's like, "It's the car," and it was the car they had pitted, and it's like, oh jeez. All right. So recognize that sirens are disorienting, and they really only use them if they're going through traffic lights, letting traffic know they're there. They're not going to have this shit on just all the time. They really are not. It's incredibly disorienting. And responding to a shooter incident is certain as hell not going to have it on. Because it tells the shooter they're there. What are you, stupid? Just everything about that. Oh, and then they show up and they're like, where is he? Where is he? He's not clearly in the same room as the president. So yeah, there's no actual threat to the president's life. He literally just... Who did he even shoot at? So I'm going to look at this and I'm going to look at some of these details, but all you had to do was be watching that as it happened. I was watching it as it unfolded, and I was like, oh, you know, I'll be honest with you. I sort of expected something, but I didn't really think it was going to be this. And I'll be honest, too, it seemed almost as if Trump wasn't even prepared for this dinner. Almost like he knew that it was not going to continue. I'll be honest. It seemed like he was just, like, again, he had nothing that they were going to talk about. There was nothing. And again, almost like he was ready for bed 2 hours prior. You know, this guy's never awake for anything. Like, literally, his eyes are always glassy. Why are Trump's eyes always glassy? Why is he half asleep all the time? All right, let me look at this. Yeah, so again, the manifesto is saying he was targeting high officials, not necessarily Trump, right? Hold on. So basically what you're saying is Kash Patel was excluded from this manifesto, and that's suspicious. What you're saying is basically like the manifesto included all these names, but conveniently not Kash Patel. That's kind of what you're saying? So the New York Post is reporting that the reason that happened is because it says sources said Patel's specific exclusion. Like, basically, like, this is being said because it's believed that he didn't want to target law enforcement. Hold on. Is his name... His name is Cole. Oh, come on. Yeah, see, look, man, look, I always, look, alright, I know I've been telling you guys this a lot, but you need to start doing this and seeing it for yourself. If I regularly type things into Google, and Google gives me an AI response to it, and then I suddenly type something where it just doesn't give me an AI response, it is filtering that out for a fucking reason. There's no reason why it shouldn't give me an AI response to something. Unless Trump is specifically using resources to make sure you're not asking these fucking things. I am so tired of this. Where I do a Google search, and again, anything else I type, Gemini will just be like, here's the answer. But then conveniently I type these things about fucking Donald Orange piece of shit jackass asshole motherfucker Trump, and nothing. Literally nothing. Literally nothing. Oh, here's a list of articles. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Cole Thomas Allen, 31, he's 31, is a California resident charged with attempting to assassinate President Donald Trump during the White House correspondence. So he is being charged with that, and he didn't even try to assassinate Trump. Ridiculous. He was apprehended by Secret Service at the White House Hilton after rushing a security checkpoint with multiple weapons. He rushed a security checkpoint with multiple weapons? How? How? What the fuck? What is this, the Matrix? It is literally a checkpoint. What the fuck is the point of it if it don't work? He rushed a checkpoint. One dude, 31, seemingly inexperienced. Imagine what I could do. Yeah, I could probably just take out the whole center. Jeez. I mean, if it's that bad. Look. This guy's running at you. He rushed a security checkpoint? Alright, like... If the president's inside, do you not have authorization to shoot? I think you do. I don't know, I call bullshit. I think somebody was staged at that security checkpoint. I call bullshit. It's right there. The first thing I read, and nobody's looking at it. They often skim over the first details, don't they? It's right there. He literally... He was apprehended by the Secret Service at the Washington Hilton after rushing a security checkpoint with multiple weapons. It's right there. Look at every angle of that checkpoint. Look at every person that was at that checkpoint. Interview every single one of them. It's right there. How? God. Anyway, I'm sorry, but that's just bad. Even I can do that. That's ridiculous. That shouldn't have happened. He rushed the checkpoint. No, like the checkpoint was rigged. He shouldn't have been able to do that. He rushes a checkpoint, dude, you rush my checkpoint. I don't give a flying fuck if you got a weapon or not. You're gonna be going on the goddamn floor. I don't give a shit. Rushed the checkpoint. You ever heard about sticking your leg out or something like that? Literally pulling a gun on the guy saying, "Get down now"? You don't rush a checkpoint? Nah, none of that. Just able to do it. Uh, okay. Yeah, this I heard about. He was literally a tolerance teacher. I heard about that. A tolerance teacher. So that's why he was targeted. Because it's like a challenge for them. So, like, this has CIA written all over it. They target people that are a challenge. Because they're a challenge. They want to see if they can do it. He's a tolerance teacher. This is like the opposite. Like, the whole point is you're supposed to tolerate shit, deal with it, and not act. So that, like literally the opposite of what he was teaching. He said he wanted to unalive admin officials except for Kash Patel. I think the New York Post has the manifesto in full. Yeah, so I was reading from that, but again, that's their article, so I don't want to just read from the article. I can look at the manifesto here in a second, but I just wanted to research him and sort of get the information on him first, because I think that's important. I don't think his manifesto has any relevance to anything. I think if you focus on that, it shows that you don't know much about, investigating. This doesn't mean anything. It's oftentimes, if anything, it's a tool to confuse you. If anything, that's a very manipulative way of being like, it's for this reason, and here's the list of people and stuff like that. This guy's a psychopath. So he may have had intent to use that list, or he may not have. Again, you can't. It's more important to focus on how it happened, and what drove him to that, and not this random list of his targets. Everybody focusing on Kash Patel being absent. I think this is the other side grasping at straws, wanting another reason to get rid of somebody incompetent. I agree. But I think you're missing the point here. Why are we focusing on? You really think Kash Patel's trying to assassinate people? I think this guy's too drunk for that. I think that it's more likely that he's drunk, incompetent, and this is happening under his nose. And just like the New York Post said, he was probably missing because the guy wouldn't target law enforcement. That's rational. That's reasonable. I would agree that if you figured that out, I would agree that makes sense to me. It probably is that simple with people like this. Sometimes it is. They'll just tell you. So it's important to do that. But again, we're focusing too much on this list. You're gonna miss the other stuff. So don't be distracted by that. That's kind of why I'm looking at this. And all right, so Allen, apparently he was armed with a 12-gauge pump-action shotgun, a 38 caliber semi-automatic pistol, and multiple knives. Both firearms were illegally purchased in California in 2023 and 2025. Interesting. He reportedly planned the attack for weeks, booking a room at the Washington Hilton on... See, here's my thing. I think it's interesting this guy was able to purchase a fucking 12-gauge pump-action shotgun. This is where I am with this. Can we get all on the same page? Why the fuck does this... Why does anybody need that? Because it's cool? Can we all agree that at this point, this motherfucker, people shouldn't be able to buy a 12 gauge pump action shotgun? You want to use a 12 gauge pump action shotgun, play a fucking video game. The simulations are good enough now. Just play a video game. You don't need to get the real thing. You really don't. And so this is where I think we all need to be with this. Yeah, again, the 38 caliber, fine. That's self-defense. A 12 gauge pump action shotgun? Look, if the guys that you're defending yourself can't get it either, do you get what I'm saying? Then you don't need it. The problem is that you're allowing access to these things. And even in California, where everybody thinks that's not happening, and no, trust me, it's still, like, it doesn't change anything. It really doesn't. And that this is the point. People really do think this way. We're like, or, you know, like, that state's like super blue, so that's never going to happen there. No, clearly the point is it's just not the case. You're wrong about that. You know, like, this is a problem overall. The United States should be united on this, on literally banning things that are completely pointless for you to have. Just like a SWAT situation or something like that. A breach, a SWAT, you know, like things like that. Okay, the cop is going to need to put in some paperwork and stuff like that to take out a shotgun. But I just personally think that they shouldn't regularly have, like, you see some cruisers where a shotgun is just sitting there in the middle of the... And I do not agree. What are you using it for? So again, in that situation where you'd use it, paperwork, regulation, so that the time you used it is on paper and they can look at that. You're not just carrying it around with you. That's regulation, by the way. Like, and it's not taking it away. It's the point is regulating it for who needs it. And again, I can justify that police and military need it sometimes. Sometimes. Not every day. And quite frankly, it's probably more like a couple times a month, or something like that. Just depends on your area, what you do. So for sure. And then you have those statistics too to look at that, to see where it's happening more, because the regulation's in place. It's not just a bunch of people walking around with shotguns and you don't know how often, you know, ammunition, repairs, things like that. You know, you get what I'm saying. Like, it's tax dollars too. It's not just a regulation. It's a bottom line too. Appreciate that. You know, just like randomly going to war with Iran does things to munitions. You can't just go to war and be like, well, we have endless munitions now. No. That's the point. He reportedly planned the attack for weeks, booking a room in the Washington Hilton on April 6th and traveling cross country by train from Los Angeles to DC. Listen, this guy was hired. Whether it be a manipulation, they were manipulating him or not, that's not a guy that it's doing it, like, again, he planned it. So, Republicans would give you the propaganda perspective that the more educated you are, like this guy, the more you have the possibility to do things like this. That's how they're going to spin that. And it's not correct, obviously. Obviously, we should know that the more you are educated, the more it educates everybody else too. And likewise, the security at the event that would have reacted differently, correctly, not incompetently. Did you all see the half an hour? So the half-hour little meeting thing, briefing they had about what happened, like right after, right? It was like a half an hour after, and then it was like a half hour, right? It wasn't even that long. I forget it. I think it was a half hour, but it was obvious, like for the most, he loves to talk and loves to, yeah, but that was pretty quick, actually. So I don't know, like I just think that, again, the longer they spend on there, the more I think the guiltier they looked, and they're realizing that. I think the whole thing is staged. And right in that moment, Kash Patel was like right there next to Trump and like kissing up to him, and like it was so weak and bizarre of Kash Patel to kind of like show his true colors like that. You know what I mean? Like we always knew that you were kind of like that dude, but then on camera, you're the director of the FBI. And on camera, you don't have the balls to challenge the president. You just are sirring him up and down, sir this and sir that, and kissing his ass left and right. I just you can't have a different thing that you talk about, or something smart to talk about. Just whatever the president said. You know, you're Igor. You know, you're literally just Igor. You're yes, master, yes. That's how you should look at that. I mean, literally, that guy is the epitome of that. Do whatever he says, sort of. You know. It's weird. So yeah, like that was what I learned from watching that, and it was strange. Minutes after the shooting, Allen sent a scheduled email. That's alarming. Look. I don't believe any of this. It's starting to get stupid. Why would he do that? How does that... This guy planned this. It went well. It did. Because, again, he rushed a security checkpoint on pretty much the most secured meeting. And, again, like that, this is an absurd amount of security. And now he has a scheduled email that... I don't believe any of it. It's starting to get really stupid. Like it's a story that I'm being told. And it's not even that good. Yeah. I really think this is totally made up. So, that would probably be the FBI, which is probably why people are thinking that, now that I've gotten to that point. So, yeah, alright, I understand. Because that email thing, yeah, that's very FBI. That sounds like the FBI, for sure. But apparently he sent this scheduled email out to his family members calling himself a friendly federal assassin. He wrote that it was his duty to target Trump administration officials whom he viewed as traitors. He's not even a soldier. This is, you know, like the MK Ultra stuff. This is manipulation of the public. This is Trump using... Look, guys, look. I'm not saying these things because they haven't targeted me. I'm saying it because they've targeted me. And I've had evidence of it. I'm not going to tell you what it is. That'd be stupid, because then they can just use that as a manipulation. The CIA has definitely targeted me. Oh, yeah. Like, there's no question in my mind. Except they're trying to get me to do stupid shit like this. And the CIA can't control my mind. No matter how hard they try, they will never break this. That's the difference between me and this guy. So, the email thing, and like, I possibly believe that he did that, but I also possibly believe he was manipulated to do it, and truthfully believed that this was a calling and a thing that he was doing to help society. And I think he was manipulated. But I think it was the Trump administration. And I think that they fully planned it to look this way. As soon as he rushes the security checkpoint, they're just going to take him down. It's obvious. There's no fucking way he's getting to the president with that much security. So that's what it was. He got through there, and they didn't even expect him to get through, probably. So they literally just freaked out the moment that happened. And then the actual police were called, and it just got... Like shit just blew up, I think, that they did not plan for. And, for those of us who were immediately aware that it was bullshit the moment that it was happening, we were paying attention. Yeah, we were like, no. No, 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 no. No. Not this time, you stupid fuck. So yeah, I mean, literally, he gains more support the more he does this. So of course he's gonna sit here and stage assassination attempts. Y'all sit here, every Christian out there that is almost, just like the guy I just explained, that does this. The point is, he has always done this. He plays the pity party, the feel sorry for me game. Every time he is at fault and never accepts responsibility. He wants people to feel sorry for him. He won't just man up and walk forward accepting he is an asshole. He wants you to feel sorry for him and make him feel better. So, it's the same fucking thing. It's the same thing. Manipulating that. Now he's been right about Trump all along. He knew it. And manipulating the fact that, the other side, it really is that. It really is a bunch of children pretending to be adults that don't want to admit they're wrong about Trump. It's literally all it is. I swear to God. That is the analysis of America. Americans are fucking stupid. So, the first black president, and actually the most hated president, most liked too, but the first black president, and there's not like a million attempts, not even one that we know about, not even one. And Donald Trump is president the second time and just... Even before that. Yeah. To frame it as Biden's fault. Yep, even before that. And it just worse, worse, worse. Yep. And, so, this is the same asshole, Trump. Trump has, signed executive orders and stuff like that. He has gotten rid of Secret Service protection for, people that have the right to have it. And this piece of shit is manipulating all of you with assassination attempts. All while taking Secret Service protection from other people that deserve to have it. What a piece of trash, right? I think he's a piece of trash if he's doing that. I also think he's a piece of trash for the fact that Barron is not a normal kid. He's not normal. I think Trump's a piece of trash, and I think that his wife is too. None of his kids are normal. They're scam artists, blatantly, broad daylight. Worse than he is. You see it in broad daylight. They have problems. One of them is blatantly gay, and he'll just never own up to it. He'll just be like, no, totally not. Who cares? And then again, Barron stuck in all of this, who again, not normal. You know, he's seen emulating posture and movement like Trump and stuff like that. Again, not a young man that just wants to experience life, but trapped in this Trump agenda. Now he's never going to be able to be a young man and just enjoy life. He'll never know what that is. Never. Everything in life is fed to him like this. Has no idea. All right, so something tells me the scheduled email was so that they could use this charge here. Transporting a firearm in interstate commerce with intent to commit a crime. Something tells me they did the scheduled email specifically to manipulate him to be charged with this. Again, like, yes, he still did it, okay? Like, I understand that. But if there's no investigation into why it happened, they don't find out who actually manipulated it, who the mastermind actually is. This happens all the time. And then meanwhile, this person is charged with these things, and they're not even helped. They're just thrown in a jail to rot. And until this point in his life, this guy was a good person. He was even a tolerance teacher. He was thought of as actually a very, very good person. All the way up until this point. All of a sudden, just flipped the switch, decided to assassinate some people. I'm calling bullshit. There's no history here, just... Oh, and he purchased these things in 2023 and 2025? Oh. Oh. Yeah. So, you know. As Trump was rearing up and starting his ridiculous, nonsensical bullshit for the other side, conveniently we're... No, like, this is a manipulation. And it says right here, so mechanical engineering isn't suspicious. The master's degree in computer science, that is. And that master's degree in computer science from the University of California was in 2025, actually. That's very suspicious. So, again, like this guy, he can do, like, pretty much anything he wants to do. He's going to make tons of money. But nope, it's his duty to assassinate some people and know the outcome. No. Nope. There is no way this rational man thought that he was actually going to do that, get away with it, and then not only that, like there's just no way he thought it was actually gonna, you know what I mean? Like, there's no way. There is no way. You know, like, these stupid assassination attempts, if somebody really wanted to do it, it's not going to look like this. This is very amateur. So they're trying to make it look a little bit more professional each time, I think. But that's what I'm pointing out to you. Each time. It gets a little bit less provable that it's a scam, right? The first one was just bad. Bad. The bullet didn't even match up. Bad. The next one, they bad again. Random dude that was on the front lines of the war, Ukraine and shit like that. And he comes all the way back here just to try to... Ooh. No, it's kind of obvious. Idiots at the CIA. So, yeah, like, I'll look at the manifesto, but... I think it has any relevance to anything, man. I'll be honest with you, I don't... Like, it literally matters at all. But I think they want you to think it matters. Is it possible that Kash Patel is using, criminally using FBI resources to try to target the president? Yeah. Sure. That's possible. It's also possible that now that Kash Patel looks so bad, the president wants him targeted and is using this specifically so that he actually kind of does look like he caused this. And his incompetence might even look like he tried to assassinate the president. I think that's more likely. Because again, the President of the United States has control over the funding of the CIA. That shouldn't be the case. It should be Congress. Shouldn't be out of the president's pocket. So, I need to call something out before we do this. I'm gonna look at this, but specifically talking about law enforcement and stuff like that, I've heard a lot of stupid cops lately, and I actually listened to this entire video of this dumbass cop, it basically admitting in a trial that in the past he has arrested people for flicking him off. He admits it. And then also in the same statement admits that police don't have the right to be offended. He actually admits that too. So you can arrest somebody for flicking you off, but you don't have the right to be offended. Again, the act of flicking somebody off does not constitute as fighting words. It's just a middle finger. This is what they'll try to use. It's actually a complete bullshit lie. Just like you see the same update constantly showing up here and you heard a sound, that's them using illegal means to confirm my location. They're literally just causing data sweeps to trigger something to happen to confirm my streaming location, to ping my location, so they can sit here and cause problems. That's all they're doing. So again, that was the same update thing appearing a third time telling me I needed to update it. The same one for a third time today. Why is it constantly... Because we're fucking stupid in the United States? Nothing ever works. Why is it that everything needs an update? Well, because the data collection companies, the big companies, collect data through updates. So, if, you need an update, they can collect more data more frequently. It's literally that simple. So, just like, again, you don't need... Why are you developing a system, an OS or whatever, just like the systems that are in cars and stuff like that? Why would you develop a system that needs an update? It shouldn't need that. Why does it need that? What is it about your system that's so trash that regularly it needs updates? We're stupid. We're dumb. Is that simple? I mean, these people that scam old Americans and stuff like that and trick them, and they're like sitting in a call center in India somewhere, or any of the other a million countries that have that problem. They're not that smart. They're really not. They're literally just using how dumb they know the person is on the other end of that call. That's it. They're using that against them. This is terrible. So we can't afford to be stupid. And likewise, we need an age limit. Donald Trump shouldn't be president. He's not in his right mind. Period. He's old. He was stupid before this. He wasn't smart before this. That man is dumb. He's dumb. Anybody that needs to that cheats at golf, embroiders their hat that says make, like I was right about everything, what do you think about that somehow shows that person is intelligent? What about that is intelligent? He's not right about everything. He's blatantly wrong about literally everything. Literally. Everything. There's no wall. Didn't build it. He was wrong. He went to war. Remember No New Wars? He went to war. He was wrong. Wrong. Yep. Remember that? No New Wars. Wrong. Went to war. He was wrong about that. Wrong. Wrong. Remember how no tax on tips was gonna save all of you? Oh, this is gonna fix everything. Wrong. Just gonna create new problems, like I said it would. Stupid. Wrong. Do you remember how he was going to end the Ukraine-Russian war in a day? Wrong. Stupid. Wrong. He was going to end the Ukraine-Russian war in a day. Wrong. He was wrong. Do you remember how he was going to release the Epstein files? He was wrong. Do you remember how he said he was going to balance the budget? He was wrong. Do you remember how he said he was going to give you a tax plan that helped you? That, you know, gave you more money? Gave you the better deal, as he likes to say? He was wrong. Do you remember how he said, and I quote, "You'll never catch me sleeping on camera"? Do you remember that? Do you remember when he said, "You'll never catch him sleeping on camera"? Do you remember that? He was wrong. Yeah, remember he was making fun of Joe Biden? He looked sleepy here and here and here. You never catch me falling asleep on camera. Literally all the time. Do you remember when, like, they were doing that thing? I don't even remember what the fuck they were doing, but for some strange reason, Joe Rogan was there. And he was signing some dumbass executive order that does nothing. And again, probably just does the most amount of nothing you can imagine. And, you know, again, I think I pointed that out, too. I think it was that one where I pointed out that it literally just used funds to do nothing. To basically do what was already there, to make it look like he's trying to rush things out and look like he's trying to be helpful to medications for, like, I think it was PTSD and stuff like that. And the point is that it didn't actually do anything. It just, once they're already proved, it uses funds to rush them out really quickly. So again, something you probably wouldn't want to do. It's probably going to cause problems. Yeah. So like, again, just doing shit, and Joe Rogan's behind him, and I swear to God, the whole time that they're talking, and he's sitting there, he's like this, he's like... Like, he's trying to make it look like he's looking down. He is shutting his eyes. He's literally micro-sleeping. I swear to God, that's literally what he's doing. I know, because I used to... This is something that college people do. Like, they don't have time and stuff. I used to do this. Like, you don't have time when you're really busy and stuff, and you just micro-sleep. This guy's the president, and he's old as shit. He needs to be getting regular sleep. This motherfucker is literally just falling asleep right in front of you. He's micro-sleeping. And he's the president of the United States. You can't fall asleep. And not only that, God, like, again, I pointed out that the fucking executive order that he was signing doesn't do anything. And if anything, it's gonna harm shit. You don't rush that stuff out. You just don't. The whole point is that that's what it did. After it's already approved to be out, it uses actual real funds to fast track it. You don't want to do that. He's just doing shit. It's you know, we're not talking about a vaccine here. Where, like, there's a global pandemic and you know, you're just happy to get anything out and try anything, you know what I mean? Like, we're not talking about that. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about, like, again, a medication we know about, a treatment we know about, a thing we know about, and, you know, once it's already approved, done, to be released, it just fast tracks it, uses actual money to fast track it. Once it's already approved, what does this do? What does it do? Except nothing. Except make it look like Trump is trying to give a shit. All it's gonna do is rush a process. Hurry the fuck up! Hurry the fuck up! Officially, hurry the fuck up! Officially, hurry the fuck up! You're doing drugs and pharmaceuticals, but we want you to hurry the fuck up because, you know, these people need treated. That's literally what you're doing. You're basically on paper going, hurry the fuck up. And rushing a process that's, again, pharmaceuticals and shouldn't be rushed. And then meanwhile, intelligent Joe Rogan is standing behind him and should know this and backing this shit. Like, again, the amount of times that this guy just continuously shows that he doesn't think about things. You know, just like he literally will just jump on board and be the most yep man that he possibly that he possibly can be, just to get fucking money for the thing that's happening. I don't know why anybody put any stock in the guy as a legitimate fighter either, because again, we're talking about again based on rule sets. He fought in what, UFC or MMA or something. These are rule sets. He's not a real fighter. This doesn't show anything. So okay, he knows how to fight somebody under a rule set. Okay, did you win full contact championship of the world? Full contact continuous. Did you win that? Oh no? No? The answer is no? You had rule sets? Oh. Okay, so So the very commercial thing the U.S. does, and not a real. Okay, gotcha. You're stupid, all of you. None of you know anything about martial arts, except Chuck Norris. Like I love Chuck Norris, but again, y'all missed why he was a genius. And this is what I'll use. I'll use the same thing that I used with that, where I have a ton of knowledge. I'm a Sifu here, okay? I know this very well. And it's the same thing with Bruce Lee, where you can't appreciate what they did, what they were trying to do. You cannot appreciate it, because the point is the genius of the fact that he competed and won those things and showed how good he was with Tung Sudo, the style that literally teaches you wrong. It is the worst bullshit, scam, nonsense crap that you can learn. It is garbage. It will teach you wrong. And quite frankly, I even saw it. What was the movie? Was it Enter the Dragon? I forget which. Was the one he fought Bruce Lee in the end? That was that one, right? Literally, the move at the end where he has his head, it's wrong. He's doing it wrong. He literally just doesn't know how to do grappling. That's how I know that. Like literally, Chuck Norris knows how to kick really well. That's it. He literally had Bruce Lee's head at the end. And again, this is a real technique that Bruce Lee was probably working into the movie, and it's probably trying to be honest about one of the only ones that would actually work on him. Considering the fact that he was literally like a brick wall. So the whole point was he has to do this right, and he just didn't. It was so sloppy, and that irritated me. And everybody likes this. Everybody's like, it's such a good movie. No, it was terrible. Are you kidding me? What part of the movie was good? Was it the part where Bruce Lee was going, whoa? Whoa! Was it that? Because that was pretty fucking stupid. Y'all don't want to hear the truth. It's the truth. That was a dumb fucking movie. A good martial arts movie is Ip Man. It's actually good. Not the second one. There's wire work in that. Oh yes, they can totally balance. Yep, totally. Guys, martial artists can totally flip chairs upside down and stand on the legs as the chair is upside. Yep. And not only that, it totally wouldn't break the chair either. Totally. No, like his footing is so strong, he would literally rip the chair in half if he actually tried to do that. Like, are you stupid? Like it's just like some of the most basic stuff about physics wasn't adding up about that, and they were using wire work. I was like, oh god, this went to hell. So like again, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, one of the worst martial arts movies I have ever seen. And everybody's like, oh, it's so good, it's so good. No, it isn't. What? It's so good. What's good about it? The martial arts? No, it's not. It's fake. How many times can somebody do this and then circle somebody's arm out of the way to do the exact same thing? Literally, the whole movie is stupid shit. And then they can jump twice their own height and stuff like, no. God, they can't, fly and stuff like that. They can't. They were, flying and, oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. They just really messed that up. They took the lore that was real, and they had real lore, they could have done it, and then just went, just went, let's DC this shit. Yes! That's how you should look at every martial arts movie that we got after Bruce Lee. Let's DC this shit. Where you could have gotten good shit. And instead, you got this pile of junk because everybody thinks Bruce Lee was a good filmmaker. No, this guy sucked at making movies. He was full of himself. He was an arrogant motherfucking prick. Period. Recognize it. No, I mean, it's not gonna shit on his martial arts. He's a damn good martial artist. I'm just saying, he's an arrogant prick. And he sucked at making movies. And he didn't want to accept it. So that's him. And, remember the time period, too, what we were dealing with when, Bruce Lee was assassinated, too. Again, just remember. You know, he's a culture phenomenon, for sure. And he was in Hollywood. And, he's an Asian man. In Hollywood. Okay? They are targeted. They are. They get targeted by China, and they get targeted by North Korea. I don't think Japan, I don't think they care. They are not a dictatorship. They are a democracy. They are pretty much the same as us, except before Trump. They do not target people. But China? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. North Korea? Particularly more North Koreans, but yeah. They do. China definitely does. China does this a lot. If they know that you're a Chinese man, and you're here in the U.S., especially if you're doing well, they will try to unalive you. And it'll be a mistake. It'll be an accident, or you did it yourself, or something like that. Because it's the intentional pressure they put on the society. You know, where you're not anything unless you're the perfect man. And everything's all about, if you do something even remotely different than just get up at the same time every day, go to the same job every day, come home at the same time every day, eat the same meal every day, rinse and repeat, you are a terrible man. You must do this. Yeah, I saw a meme video that portrayed it so very accurately. By the way, the CIA has been sitting here fucking around with my camera like the whole time, just letting you know. But I saw a meme video that portrayed it, like very, very accurately. This man. We just, how did it start? I'm trying to remember how it started now. I can't remember how it started. I'm sorry, but basically, I'm not the only one realizing this. Other people are realizing it too. It's not something I just sort of just said, I wish I could remember how it started. I don't want to misportray it because it was very accurate. I'm sure you could find it. I'm sure you could find it. I'm sure you could find it. I'm sure you can. if I think of it, I'll try to share it with you guys. Like, oftentimes this will happen. I'll think of something, but I can't quite think of it. Okay? So if I do, I'll try to share it with you guys. Alright, so I am going to look at the manifesto, but I don't think it's important. And hold on. I'm looking. It's been a while. I think it's been a while. Yeah, I don't... I'm just trying to... I think it's... I'm sorry. I kind of wanna tell you what like I saw in this because I thought it was really, really smart the way they did it, but I can't find it. I've been trying to get caught up on some shit, so it's buried. There it is. I found it. 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 It's literally called... I'm going to share it with you. I found it. Hold on. It's perfect. It's a 3-minute video, and it's called When Asian is a Difficulty Mode. It's literally called that. And the whole point is that this is exactly what every country does to every Asian person. Where you are not allowed to have an easy life. You know, like stuff for you exist above. You have to be perfect, or you're a piece of trash. You know, you're targeted. Everybody shuns you and thinks you're terrible. You know, maybe you sleep in sometimes or something like that, you know, like it's literally shit like that. Hold on. It's so funny. Actually, you guys can just look it up with that. Just look it up. Rather than me. Just type when Asian and put Asian in quotes. When Asian is a difficulty mode. And it'll be a guy, an Asian dude in the thumbnail holding up the most uncomfortable flip-flop / sandal you've ever seen, and in the background has a difficulty settings, easy, medium, hard, and then Asian is the one selected all the way at the bottom. That's the video I'm talking about. What? That. Yep, that. That's accurate, yes. Yep, that's right. That's what they do to him. And that's what that means. This is true. Like, you can't, you don't have the luxury of being stupid. Just the first few seconds of the video are just so funny. Like, it's so true. Like, that is the epitome of what they do. All right, let me look at this manifesto instead of scrolling here, because I'm seeing stuff and that I want to talk about. Let me look at the manifesto. I wanted to tell you about something that I just thought of. Let me see what the name of the movie is called. Normal? Is it called Normal? Is that the one? I think that's the one. I want to see that. Yeah, Normal. Bob Odenkirk is in a newer movie called Normal that I wanted to see. I just found out about it. I want to see this. I think it looks pretty good. But you know, like literally, it's got like really good. It's got freaking Henry Winkler's in this movie. Henry Winkler is in it, man. How do you not want to see that? I mean, Bob Odenkirk should be enough for you to want to see it. But Henry Winkler is in it. That's awesome. But basically, I sort of get the idea that you know, he's a cop investigating something, and he slowly starts to uncover that it's almost like everybody in the town is like, you know, sort of dealing in weapons, you know, sort of illegally. It's pretty crazy. That's what I gathered from what I saw from the trailer. This movie just came out. It's still in theaters? Apparently it's still in theaters. Oh, wow. It did just come out. Yeah, it just came out. I think you should go watch this, guys. I think this is going to be a good movie. Yeah, Henry Winkler's in it. But yeah, Bob Odenkirk, he plays a sheriff actually, and it looks pretty good. So I wanted to mention that. I think you should go see it. At least watch the trailer. The trailer is really good. Okay. How do I find the actual... Have they released the manifesto? I don't know that I'm going to be able to find the actual... Where is it? I don't see it. We have a manifesto, but there's no evidence of it? If I'm not seeing evidence of this manifesto, it doesn't exist. It's not released. It's not real. Where is this manifesto? The 1,000-word manifesto was signed. Okay, where is it? When I literally type Cole Allen Thomas manifesto, the first article is literally just some fucking dumbass news article talking about it. There is nothing. Okay, so I found what claims to be the manifesto. So I think I found what claims to be the manifesto. All right, let's read it. Let's read it. This is supposedly the manifesto. Hello, everybody. So I may have given a lot of people a surprise today. Let me start off by apologizing to everybody whose trust I abused. I apologize to my parents for saying I had an interview without specifying it was for Most Wanted. I apologize to my colleagues and students for saying I had a personal emergency. By the time anyone reads this, I probably most certainly do need to go to the ER, but can hardly call that not a self-inflicted status. I just... Listen, already this doesn't sound like something somebody would write. Does it? Like he's thinking about this in a way where he knows he's gonna get caught and stuff like that. And I don't know, it's already weird. He's going into all this detail about how by the time you read this, I probably most certainly do need to go to the... It sounds like a bad writer. Doesn't sound like somebody sharing their thoughts. I apologize to all of the people I traveled next to, all the workers who handled my luggage, and all the other non-targeted people at the hotel who I put in danger simply by being near. I apologize to everyone who was abused and or unalived before this, to all those who suffered before I was able to attempt this, to all who may still suffer after, regardless of my success or failure. He didn't use the word unalived. I don't expect forgiveness, but if I could have seen any other way to get this done, I would have taken it. Again, my sincere apologies. on to why I did any of this. I am a citizen of the United States of America. What my representatives do reflects on me. I am no longer willing to permit a... they use the P word here. There's some words that I shouldn't be saying in a live stream. The P word and the R word and a traitor to coat my hands with his crimes. So he's referring to the Epstein files. And then in parentheses, it says, well, to be completely honest, I was no longer willing a long time ago, but this is the first real opportunity I've had to do something about it. Is this a typo in the manifesto? He's saying, to be perfectly honest, I was no longer willing a long time ago? Is he actually saying that he wasn't going to do it a long time ago? Like he's been thinking about this for a while? People don't talk like this. Like, I don't know, like... This is very weird. Like, it's the sort of thing where, like... like, alright, so I understand that it sounds more believable than some of the other stuff that we've seen. I'll get through this a little bit, but I'm not sold on this. I don't... There's just some weird things about how this feels. Let me explain it so you understand. This person is intelligent enough to be this articulate with their words, yet not with their thoughts. So, again, he's not going to accomplish anything. All the attempt or you know, if he did succeed. Again, all you accomplish is hate. So just the fact that this person is this articulable with their words and stuff like that, and they can't figure that out in the long run, I think it's bullshit. Yeah, I think the person, most people rationalize that like you don't gain anything from trying to assassinate people, and you know, like this person would be that smart. Yeah, I think he was manipulated. I really do. I stand by what I said. I really think this person was fully manipulated and was not in their right mind, perhaps this whole day that this happened, and maybe when they planned it too. And then, you know, basically even sort of admitting to it right there, the part I just read, where they no longer wanted to do it and were thinking about it like in the past, apparently. So, you get what I'm saying? That's weird. So anyway, I don't expect forgiveness, but if I could have seen any other way to get this close, I would have taken it. Again, my sincere apologies. On to why I did any of this. I am a citizen of the United States. So again, I'm reading stuff I read already, but I'm just recapping here. I'm gonna skip the line. I'm gonna skip some of these words. What my representative do reflect on me. I am no longer willing to permit a P word, a R word, and a traitor to coat my hands with his crimes. Well, to be completely honest, I was no longer willing a long time ago, but this is the first real opportunity I've had to do something about it. While I'm discussing this, I'll also go over my expected rules of engagement, probably, and then in parentheses, probably a terrible format, but I'm not military, so too bad. Weird way to state that. Administration officials. And then in parentheses, not including Mr. Patel. It says that. That's the exclusion. Administration officials. Then in parentheses, not including Mr. Patel. Mr. Patel. Not Kash Patel, not the director, not the FBI, but proper, respectful English, Mr. Patel. So that's what that's why they're focused. That's the psychology. This was designed. That's weird. Nobody states things like that. That's a psychology thing. So somebody has designed this to convince all of you to believe, and I don't know why, that sure enough, they are excluding Mr. Patel from this, and it is for that. That is very strange. But I'm just letting you know that's what that's for, because no, people don't talk like that. Mr. Patel? They are targets prioritized from high ranking to lowest. So that's all it says. Administration officials, parentheses, not including Mr. Patel, colon, they are targets prioritized from high ranking to lowest. Now this is manipulation. Like the point is to get you to believe that Kash Patel had something to do with this. I'm not sure why. I suspect Iran, perhaps, is manipulating this. Not sure, but I suspect that it's possibly what's happening. Manipulated this person. And possibly using the CIA, because the president's dumb. Secret Service. Secret Service, colon. They are targets only if necessary. And to be incapacitated non-lethally if possible. AKA, I hope they're wearing body armor, because center mass with gunshots... shotguns messes up people who aren't. Okay. Hotel security, non-targets if at all possible. And then parentheses, aka unless they shoot at me. Look. Is this written like this too? Did this person, or is the person that wrote that rewrote this and posted it writing it like this? I want to know. Because if it's written like this too, where it's like, alright, well, the way this is written is it's literally a sentence. It's like MLA format. Like, almost like somebody at the FBI drafted it up. You know what I mean? Like, it looks like... It looks like... Or the DOJ. It looks like somebody that regularly writes like this drafted this up. Now, I guess he's a teacher. So, alright, there's that. But I want to know how accurate this is, because it's literally a sentence, full space, another sentence, full space, another sentence, full space, another sentence. Like, it's not a paragraph, then a space, then a paragraph, then a space. It's literally like line spacing shit. So I don't know if this is the post, or if it, you know, like they chose to post it like this, or if this is supposed to be like this. Let me click this. Hold on. Yeah, this is what I saw before too, and it doesn't have the manifesto. Okay, I finally found the manifesto. It doesn't list it as the manifesto. It literally just... Oh, there it is. Like, they could have done a better job. New York Post is stupid. Like, they could have highlighted, like, in very small letters. Like, it's very easy to scroll past. It says Cole Allen's manifesto in full, but the Reed White House Correspondents' Dinner Suspect, Cole Allen's full anti-Trump manifesto is much bigger letters, and then it's not that. You just start reading a fucking article, so you start skimming, and it's very easy to miss where it starts. So they just need to label that better. And part of the reason for this is because there's a goddamn ad. I swear to God, that's why. Like, literally, it starts Cole Allen's manifesto in full, then says, hey, everybody, and says the next sentence, but then there's a damn ad. Explore more! And they show 3 different articles, so my brain ignored it and skipped past it because it looked like the whole thing looked like part of the ad. So because they have all these fucking ads all over their damn website... Yeah, they can't just not advertise shit. It's annoying. So yeah, it is on here. I just was ignoring the label that this was all the manifesto because, again, it was so close to the ad I didn't see it. That was my fault. But they could have made that easier to see, so my bad. It is on here. And it's not written like the Post. It is, but it isn't. It is, but it isn't. There's some paragraphs. Like, the Post is different. It is. It's slightly different. It makes you... It makes it look different. But, no, they do a good job. I mean, it's the same thing, so... So basically, the point behind all of this and what he was saying is literally like, and I stick to my guns on this. I am still sticking to my gut feeling on the fact that I think this was manipulated. I still think it was. I'm sticking to that. But I'll be honest with you. I'm not sure that I I necessarily think it's the CIA doing these things. Again, I know that the president uses the CIA for illegal operations and stuff like that here. That I know, just because, again, I know that he, would do those things. He doesn't care. But whether they're manipulating all this, I mean, what would they stand to gain from? I don't. You have to think about it like that. Like, it just that wouldn't make any sense. The whole thing with the JFK thing, that's a separate topic of discussion. But that was a breach. It wasn't like, you know what I mean? Like, it wasn't like the CIA tried to do that. That was a coup d'etat. Like, that was a breach. They had, like, there was, like, the point is the Russians and all that were meddling for quite some time. I mean, that was very intricate, okay? I don't know that I'm going to read all this, actually. This is pretty long. And we're going on 4 hours here. But one thing I will say is that a lot of the stuff that he says in this manifesto, where he's talking about these things and whatnot, it's correct. He's not wrong. He's pointing out. He even points out that there's holes in their security and stuff like that. All kinds of shit. And yeah, like obviously you do a job like that. Even the FBI knows this. How many movies do you have to watch to know that? You do a job, you're not checking in that day. Duh. You check in like several days or the day before. You learn the hotel, you learn the area. People get used to seeing you. It's not suspicious. It's literally that basic. So that's what he's pointing out. And I agree with that. Now, he should have done this. Listen. If he was really going to do this, here's why I think it's bullshit. And he's smart enough to realize this. He typed this manifesto. He's an educated guy. He's smart enough to realize this. It's bullshit. Do you know why? Because he could have done the same thing without guns. If it's really about this manifesto and calling out the incompetence like he says it is, I think it's bullshit. I think he was manipulated to be violent. Because you could have done the same bullshit without a gun. You run in there with a bunch of water pistols and the same thing's going to happen. They will react the same way. They'll shoot at you. You'll end up on the ground. You can still do the same shit. Have the same reaction. So I call bullshit. Because he would have been charged with absolutely nothing. And exposed all of their security. Yep, and my bit rate's shifting around all over the place conveniently. And he's smart enough to figure that out. And he wouldn't have been charged with anything. Yet, he writes this whole manifesto that tells us how smart he is. And it's clear he's smart. He thought, oh yeah, there's no security. Yet, he does this whole thing. Oh, I know, confetti. Oh, I know, confetti, and my bitrate is malicious, so I know. So Donald Trump staged another assassination, and I just proved it. There's the proof. The intent doesn't make sense. If the intent is to call out security, he could have gone in there with some water pistols. If I run into a convention and stuff, and Trump's speaking, and I got a super soaker, they're sort of in trouble if they, you know what I mean? So I think this is bullshit. That's my opinion. And I think you'd be kind of smart at this point. Again, I don't think you're dumb if you're manipulated by this. This is hard to figure out. This is not easy. This one's hard. No, this one's pretty layered. But you have to ask yourself these basic questions. Well, why didn't he just do this then? If you can present a smarter equation, like put yourself in the, what would you do instead of the violence, instead of going that route, that would have worked? And if you can say that, he didn't do it, because he would have done that. If that's the intent, it doesn't make any sense, because he would have just went in there with some water pistols or a cucumber. Yeah, a banana or something. Candy bar. You remember the movie The Chase? In the beginning of the movie, the whole point is all that happened because he held the lady up with a candy bar. They're not gonna chase the guy down the road and endlessly, and it's a completely ridiculous movie, obviously. Love Charlie Sheen. Movie's ridiculous. But the whole point was he held her up with a candy bar in the beginning. He wasn't really that terrible of a guy. He just was trying to get out of a situation. Yeah, I know. That's the point. We have all these movies and stuff like that to tell us to do these things. So why wouldn't this guy have realized that? And in the heat of the moment, in this movie, Charlie Sheen's character grabs a candy bar. Yeah, come on, guys. And he thought about this? No. Nope. I loved that movie at the time. I'm like, oh man, this is so great. I remember thinking that too. And now I watch it, I'm just like, oh yeah, that's pretty lame, isn't it? It's sort of like going back and watching Speed. Like, as much as I loved that movie and I love Keanu Reeves, I try to go back and watch that movie and I'm like, none of this really makes any sense. But it was still a damn good movie. Oh, there's ways of dealing with that, smarter ways of dealing with that they could have. But at the time, we wouldn't have realized this, so that's the point. Movie magic. It was like Ip Man. And Ip Man. The whole point is I tell you guys about these martial arts movies that are sort of lame, like if Jackie Chan or somebody like that, I just pick him because he just does these movies that you could do something that works, but instead he's going to do like 5, 6, 7, 8 movements instead that one movement would have been fine. So pick like the scene where the guy had a gun and Ip Man just very calmly places his, you know, accurately but calmly, just simply places his finger behind the trigger point where the other guy's, yeah, so you can't pull it. Yep. And, like, there's a million things you can do. It's just one thing. And meanwhile, in another movie, you know, Jackie Chan, he's gonna do like some kick or something, you know. It's never gonna work. You try to kick somebody's, if you try to kick a gun out of somebody's hand, that gun's going off. Don't do that. Do not ever think that a kick is a defense against a gun. It is not. You need a real technique. And there's plenty of them. There's a lot of them. Why is my bitrate shifting around? Is it because we're YouTube featured and the scammer is trying to mess up my YouTube featured? Yes. See the confetti? Oh, we had 10 likes, now we're at 9. Oh, imagine that. I know, YouTube featured us and we came back and we did political shit. Oh man! Yeah, because there's not millions of people watching Midas Touch who go live and do political shit. And anybody else that sits on here and does political stuff. You're sitting here trying to pretend like, you know, you can't say anything about Trump. No. It's just literally this scammer that sits in here, hits a button, and my bitrate shifts around. It's literally that simple. YouTube didn't do anything about this scammer. So he just sits on here, hits a button, shifts my bitrate around. It's literally that simple. They know it. And he's getting legally smacked, and he knows it. So he's in here after we have a YouTube featured, and he's causing problems. I know. Laugh. I know. He thinks it's really funny. I know. So that's the reality. Not that I don't appreciate the feature, obviously. But it's pretty sad when, you know, they're going to use that as an excuse. Oh, no, now it's because he's swearing. It's this, it's that. Yeah, but you don't actually have rules on that. There's no actual policy on it. Literally none. So, you know, it's literally just, it's true. It's true. It's literally like there's no you say the F word this many times or this. No, there's no official actual. It's just a bunch of people saying, well, this is when it seems to happen and stuff like that. Well, I want a rule, I want a policy, and I want you to state what it is so that I can know. Otherwise, it's bullshit. I'd say whatever the fuck I want. Which is true. Can't make shit up as you go along. You have to have a rule. So that I know what it is. There's the bitrate. There it is. There it is. Again, should never shift around even one time. Not once. Not ever. As a malicious attack. This scammer is regularly using people's credentials to listen to music, play video games, and steal, you know, your personal data. That's what he's doing. Because in Russia, they don't have internet. That's it. So he scams it. Sits here masquerading as if he's a U.S. citizen. But he's not. He's pretending. And he just steals credentials. Steals all kinds of stuff. And again, it's the reason why, you know, like again, I already explained how if I go on a VPN and I pick USA, it conveniently resorts to Russia. So that's why. Because he's using my credentials to do it. That's it. That's why it does that. Because he is in Russia. So, it's that basic. Shouldn't do that. Literally picking a VPN, literally choosing America, and it just says RU at the top next to the YouTube thing. Oh yeah, yeah. And then I do a Google search and I get all this shit in Russian, all these Russian websites and stuff. Yep, it ain't just YouTube. It's literally him. Literally putting a router on Russian servers, and conveniently after Trump bans foreign routers, specifically so that this asshole can put your US-made router on Russia, because he can't attack and touch foreign routers because they're foreign. It's that simple. Trump is actually helping this scammer. So yeah, United States voting MAGA, you're fucking stupid. This douchebag has now gotten away with lying and making up another assassination attempt. At this point, it's complete nonsense. It's obvious. And now he's just trying to frame it like, you know, it's one of these people that's calling him out on how stupid he is. Except I already pointed out the fact that, again, he could have done all of this exact thing and is smart enough. He's a gifted teacher and all that. He's smart enough to have figured out he could have done this exact same thing with water pistols. He could have breached the security point. He could, you know, again, same shit. I made a point. Yeah, again, it supposedly is that easy. Okay. Make your point. And then, like the whole point is that you can breach security, not how far you get after that. That doesn't prove anything. How far you get after that? You already pointed out the fact that there's a shitload of security there. So you're not getting that much far after that. So, like, I don't, like, again, none of it makes, again, could have done it with water pistols. And then proceeds to open fire after the fact, after blatantly Secret Service is right there. And this is what he's pointing out. No, it does, like, none of it makes any sense. And he's pointing out incompetency and yada yada. No. Nope. Water pistols would have the same message, but non-violent. Again, very, very clearly, the manifesto indicated this guy did not want to do this. So why wouldn't he have gone non-violent with it? And then it just becomes a joke. Ha ha. This guy actually breached a checkpoint with water pistols. And now he looks like a hero instead of somebody that they can just brand as a criminal. Yep. So again, the obviousness of that. Again, I'm gonna end the stream here very shortly, as you know, we have been talking about this for quite some time now. But you know, look, I really want you guys to understand that it's stupid to think at any point anything that you see from the Trump administration is real. Get that fucking guy out of office. And adults are the only ones allowed on YouTube. So stop sitting here and trying to pretend like my swearing really matters at all. Stop it. You know, entire comedians and people have made careers off of you know, using funny swear words and stuff like that. Like it's exclamatory and derivative of how you feel about the situation, not necessarily hate. Okay, so stop throwing hate on you know, somebody that again is just trying to be completely honest and you know, not holding back now. You know, where before that was dishonest for me to just sit here and change the words to other things and stuff. I'm being dishonest and disingenuous with that. Okay? And then likewise, you would frame me as a certain way. You're the hateful one if you would do this. I'm just saying a word. It's how I feel. I need to say this word. It makes me feel better about what I'm saying, because it's hard to talk about these stupid things that are so stupid you can't accept them. And then you, the one that can't accept it, the reason I do this, make me feel a certain way about the swear word, because it's the only thing that you can find about that thing that you can pick to have a a hateful other side where you're just disagreeing with me just to disagree. It is literally a syllable uttered out my mouth. It cannot harm you. The hate that you put behind it, this is harmful. Stop it. I appreciate you guys watching and tuning in as I sort of came back from a period of time where we didn't do any content and whatnot. I appreciate you guys understanding that I have stuff going on that I have to get organized and all that, and so I appreciate you guys stopping by for this. I appreciate the YouTube featured. I do. Thanks for that. Obviously, it sucks dealing with the bitrate and the nonsense that the scammer is doing to steal my views. Obviously, that sucks. But I still do appreciate the YouTube featured regardless. I don't, I want you guys to understand that I appreciate every view that you give me and all that. I just, it's obvious that scammer wants that thing to be a thing, okay? So don't let it, okay? I talk about the views and the trending and stuff like that because that's what he's scamming away from me, okay? That's the only reason I talk about that stuff. I honestly really don't give a crap. I get what I get, and I've always been that person. Again, if I wasn't, I'd be sitting on here e-bagging like everybody else, non-stop. Everybody call me a local and stuff, okay? I'm not doing that. Because that's a point, okay? I really would be doing that if that was the case. I'm just being honest with you. That's what I wanted out of it. I would get making money off of it. I'd be doing that shit. And just begging, please give me your money. No. The point is, I want what is deserved, nothing more, nothing less. I want to show you that I'm willing to, go through all this shit to get that. Again, I've been dealing with this a while, so I appreciate you guys sticking around with me through it, and I know people's likes and views and all kinds of shit gets removed. I obviously don't like this either. I obviously don't want this to happen either. So I appreciate the fact that you keep trying, and regardless of those things happening, and I know it can be frustrating. So I'm sorry about that. I appreciate that, but rest assured, that's the scammer. Okay, they're doing what they do. Okay, it's to frustrate you if you want to watch it. So I appreciate the fact that you're willing to try and again, I think it's again to frustrate you and to get you to have a freak out and stuff like that. They are monitoring, they are spying. So if they can get you to react while they're monitoring and stuff like that, that's data for them, and they know they have a pressure point for you. Okay, so just recognize that. If it's frustrating you, don't be audible about it. Just deal with it. Understand that's a lot of what this is. People that think out loud and stuff like that. Thanks, guys. Thank you for watching. Thanks a million. I really appreciate it. Just touching briefly again on what I said about the title. It's not an insult to call somebody stupid. Don't feel insulted. I call myself this. Don't feel this way. Feel like you can get smart or feel like you can learn something from why I'm saying it. Because you can. Look at it as a challenge. Because if you submit to the stupid, are you stupid? That would be a good like, you know, like legitimate academic question. Sort of, yeah. Sort of. Okay, please. Learn new information. Accept the information when it's better than what you already have. The facts. And accept that you're going to feel insulted by stuff. Be an adult about it and try to move forward. Not have this, you know, immature sort of reaction and stuff for them to use against you. You get what I'm saying? So, you know, if you've seen some of the stuff that we do on here, the whole point is to show you what they do when I react that way. And you see it, okay? You do. You see it a lot. So I gotta get going. Thank you so much for watching again. Thanks a million. I appreciate that. Thanks again for the YouTube feature. And on the bit rate's 0 as I'm getting off stream. The bit rate is 0. Look at this. So the scammer is doing this when they know I'm about to end the stream so that they can cause a problem. This is what they do. This is what causes your stream will be processed within 24 hours. That's what this does. This, and he's gonna, what he's gonna do is when I end the stream, he is going to remove a shitload of views and siphon them to a fake bullshit channel that is impersonating me, stealing my content, and he's going to siphon these views that he takes as it's in this limbo state that he has scammed it into. He is going to siphon all of that, all his analytics, because trash YouTube isn't processing it. He will siphon all of those views into his other channel. That's what this is. Because that should never do that. Ever. That is browser hacking. That's a browser hack. That's all that is. It's just browser hacking. He's literally just hacking Opera GX non-stop. He's literally just hacking Opera GX non-stop. It's literally what he's doing. Because, again, as I'm streaming and logged in, he's trying to hack those credentials. Because they're logged in. So I'll just leave the stream up. We'll just leave the stream up until the bitrate stops doing that. I'll just leave it up. Yeah, I'll just leave it up. We'll leave the stream up for 4-6 hours if we have to. More. Yeah, we'll leave it up the rest of the day if we have to. Yeah, I'll literally just leave it stream the rest of the day. 4, 6, 8 hours longer. I don't give a shit. I will literally let it stream the rest of the day. I'm literally just gonna sit here. I literally just sit here. I'll just sit here. Yeah. This is literally YouTube's trash. They featured my channel, all while not allowing again. This garbage asshole is literally just view botting my channel non-stop. And they're not showing it. They're not showing the view bots. But that's what he's doing. And so instead of allowing the traffic and helping me, YouTube is doing this to my channel. Where because his view bots are malicious, they are causing problems for me. Endlessly. Because the scammer is literally view botting and doing things to their system that cause their system to do this. And it's harming me and every stream I do. So I'm going to call my lawyer. I'm actually just going to call my lawyer, is what I'm going to do. And I'm going to let him know that I'm sitting here on stream until he physically does something legally to make YouTube stop. I'm just going to literally call him right now, and I will literally sit on stream until he legally does something to make it stop. And I promise you it's going to be a subpoena or something like that where this is starting to get very serious. I haven't been streaming in a couple weeks. And the very first stream I get all this traffic and then this happens. Where it's clearly blatantly broken for when I get lots of traffic. And that's a scam. That is literally a scam. People go viral, this happens. Bitrate doesn't shift around. Yeah. Alright, so I'll be calling my lawyer. Give me a sec. So the scammer, again, I did a speed test and they are affecting my upload rate. So my upload rate is literally 12. It should never be this. Again, I will literally file a lawsuit against my internet service provider. And my lawyer already just told me to let you guys know that my upload rate should not be this. I already called them. They are aware and tell me over the phone what my upload rate should be. This scammer is stealing my internet to do what he is doing. My upload rate is literally 1. 1. That's my upload rate. 1. Yep. So right now, he's stealing internet. And I'm on the phone with my my lawyer. We are possibly going to sue my internet service provider. This will be really big. And they're lying about it. Anytime I call them, they lie. They just lie about it. We are all paid up. It's very, very fast. But again, we aren't talking about, download rate. This is upload rate. So again, this person is hacking and stealing things from my system, whether it be, information from my PC here, or again, whether it be just literally bits of information from the stream. This scammer is in fact stealing internet, and my upload is 1. So I'm going to continue running this and documenting every last second that my internet upload rate is 1. And I'm going to continue talking to my lawyer about the scam. And again, you guys know that this is the first time we've been back on the stream since. I'm watching YouTube remove all this shit live. The stream was at 130 views. I literally just saw 2 views come off. YouTube is literally just subtracting views. So YouTube is actually attacking my internet for the sake of removing all of the stuff that they just, all the views and all the trending that they just did. They're attacking my internet for the sake of doing this. So I'm documenting it. Again, I'm on the phone with my lawyer right now. But my lawyer wanted me to let you know that my upload rate is literally nothing. My lawyer wanted you to know that my upload rate is literally nothing, and all stream, this bit rate has been fine. All stream. The whole stream. And then instantly, right as I'm getting ready to leave, right as I'm getting ready to get off stream, to manipulate me to be here longer, to manipulate views off the stream, to get it to do the thing where it mistakenly is processing 24 hours. 24 hours, we'll process this within 24 hours. I literally start seeing this malicious bit rate. My internet upload rate goes to literally 1, absolutely nothing, and several views are being removed and taken off live. I literally just watched as views were taken off. I literally just watched it happen. Yep, they're still stealing internet. They're still stealing internet. It's still happening. As you can see. Right here. And again, the bit rate didn't move around the entire stream. So I want to remind you that that bit rate shouldn't be absolutely nothing. Okay? So I gotta finish my phone call here, but this was moving around a shitload all of a sudden, and literally didn't move at all the whole stream. Like, just at all. Oh, right, except conveniently... Oh, right, except conveniently when we said certain things of certain subjects that Donald piece of shit jackass motherfucking orange-faced Trump doesn't want people to know and doesn't want people to see. So I'm going to call my lawyer, well, talk to my lawyer who's on the phone here again. I got to get back on the phone with him. But again, I mean, you know, there's some stuff going on here that I just can't talk about that, you know, again, we have the lawsuit that we're working on and everything. So just remind yourself that the Trump administration is already being sued by thousands of people. Thousands of people. The Trump administration is being sued by thousands of people. Okay? Just remember that. Okay, see you guys.